Hello everyone. Please enjoy my hand-picked body horror collection of 2025. We love body horror on this channel, and these stories are a doozy. Thank you all for listening. Now, let's delve into the dark together. Part 1. 3 weeks ago, my friend Matt asked if I wanted to go camping. Since I'd wasted my entire summer working, I agreed. I needed a break from chores and my boring office job. As the weekend got closer, Matt kept adding people to our camping trip. Soon, it went from us to 6 people. The SUV I inherited from my mother could fit all of us and our bags if we squeezed in, but I felt like dropping out of the trip. I knew if I did so, then they all couldn't go because Matt had a smaller car. I'm the type of person that dislikes crowds and prefers to stay indoors. Eddie was coming along, and I didn't think he was a very bad guy. He was just very loud. I dismissed my feelings, knowing that some strife in my life would be good for me. Just because I would be slightly annoyed by a few things that weekend wouldn't make the trip unmanageable. I could sacrifice a little comfort for my friends. We packed everyone into the SUV and started. I will admit, by the end of the 2-hour drive, I was very glad to get out of the driver's seat. Eddie refused to listen to the no smoking rule, and his constant abrasive jokes made me silently consider driving into oncoming traffic. If it weren't for Sophie distracting him as much as she did, we never would have finished the drive. Me and her were closer in high school. I fell off talking to a lot of people because of my busy schedule, and had been worried there would be a distance between us. That wasn't the case, but we easily picked up right where we left off as friends that day. I parked the SUV in an empty parking lot near the start of the hiking trail. I was surprised by the lack of other cars around. I'd assumed it would be busier, but Matt told us that he knew of a great camping spot by the lake, but it was nearly a 2-hour hike. I playfully groaned that we had left after lunchtime and now we wouldn't get to the site until almost dinner time. It was a 2-hour hike for a normal person. Our group wasn't the most focused or motivated to use our time properly. We all made sure to use the washroom before heading into the woods. Getting all our gear on took at least 10 minutes. I never knew how long a group of people took to drag out a simple task. I kept my mouth shut, knowing there was nothing we could do about it. I stayed silent when Jessie realized she left something in the SUV and asked to go back 5 minutes into walking down the trail. Instead of reaching the campsite at around 4 as planned, we might get there closer to 6. We could be cutting it close to set up while it was still light out, but no one appeared worried. Everyone broke off into groups of 2 as we walked. I listened to Sophie as she caught me up in all the things she had been doing this summer. Since I only worked, I just nodded, letting her talk, knowing my life was too boring to say much about. An hour into the woods, we came across another person on the trail. He'd been the only other sign of life aside from the sounds of birds in the trees. Our group caught up to him, and the stranger stopped to greet us. He wore a gray, baggy sweater, even though it was far too hot for one. It was nearly autumn, but the summer heat hadn't let up. He had a massive camping pack that looked to weigh more than his thin legs should be able to carry. Matt and Eddie were at the front of our group. When the stranger stopped to wave at us, we all stopped for a chat, and to take a smoke break for some. "Are you all just hiking or camping?" the man asked with a smile. He sounded slightly southern with a warmness to his voice that instantly made him appear trustworthy. Matt nodded down towards the trail. "Camping. We're setting up near the big bear tree," he lied. I hadn't been in the area since I was very young, so I'd forgotten about the tree until Matt mentioned it. It was a massive tree in the middle of a clearing that someone decided to carve a simple bear face into the bark years ago. It was a good landmark, and near the end of the trail. "That's a good spot, even though people do say it's bad luck. I'm just here gathering. I'll stop by the ranger's cabin on the way out. Have you all checked in yet?" he asked. A mesh bag holding some mushrooms hung from his pack, along with a batch of plastic whistles. He looked over-prepared for anything, let alone a day trip out into the woods. "Do we need to check in?" I asked, unaware. The group gave me a look. I considered we might need to pay a fee to camp, and they all wanted to avoid it. The park runs on donations. Even if you can't afford one, you should let the rangers know you're all here just in case. Do you have a GPS? He suggested, the kind smile never fading from his face. Yes, it's on our first camping trip, Matt stated, a little annoyed. This man was the kind of person he had issues getting along with. He looked too clean to be the kind of person to enjoy the outdoors, like he was only foraging to film content for his TikTok account. I glanced down to see he was wearing flip-flops. Seriously, who hiked in flip-flops? The man adjusted his pack, not appearing to be offended by Matt's tone. Do you all have whistles? He offered. We shook our heads at the same time Matt pulled out one. Gracefully, the man set down his pack to take off the whistles to offer them to us. He explained he wanted to buy one, but it was cheaper to buy them in packs, so he handed them out to the others he saw in the woods. When he bent down, the baggy collar of his sweater exposed a toned chest for a second. Sophie and Jessie noticed first, and Sophie did not discreetly punch my arm until I followed her gaze to see what got her so excited. To Matt's displeasure, we were all handed whistles. The man knew he was overstaying his welcome and replaced the bag on his back. He winked at the girls, showing he noticed their interest, which caused them to pretend as if they were swooning. I tied the whistle to my belt loop and needed to suffer through the group teasing me that the man hadn't winked at the girls, but in my direction. Jessie pretended to be upset that Matt gave the stranger the wrong campsite, joking she wouldn't mind meeting him in the middle of the woods at night. We finally found our campsite after a long walk, sweating in the heat. All of us got to work setting up tents and playing around. I had only ever set up a tent twice in my life and needed Sophie to help get all the rods in place. Once it was up, I offered to help collect firewood, but that task had already been covered by Eddie and Ben, who had behaved until then. They did the job halfway until they found branches that looked like swords that distracted them for a while. Matt disappeared for a while. He came back before dark, holding a bag of items that would mean we were going to have a better dinner than canned beans and hot dogs. Since he went camping more often than all of us, he knew what was edible in the woods. He collected something I'd never even heard of until then, called chicken of the woods. It was a fungus that tasted pretty good, sautéed with a few other things he brought along. The sticks Eddie and Ben found weren't really enough to last the night. I helped Matt chop up some larger dry branches with a small axe brought along. I mostly brought wood to help, and then took it near the fire instead of doing any of the actual work. Matt appeared to enjoy chopping too much to hand the task over. I thought everything had been going well so far. After dinner, Eddie brought out a joint for himself, and with some pestering from Ben, he grabbed another one to share with the group. I refused when it was passed in my direction and gave Sophie a surprising glance when she took a hit. I've never seen her smoke before. The booze came out next, and the group started to get louder, retelling stories from school. A bottle was passed my way, and I raised a hand to refuse it again. Dude, you're not driving. You can have some, Matt said, trying to force the beer into my hands. I had no choice but to take it, but I passed it over to Sophie. Are you too good for my cheap beer or something? Matt said, in a tone that made everyone stop talking and nervously look in our direction. What? No, man, you know I never really drank, I say, trying to calm everyone down. You can have one, Sophie said, holding out the bottle again, trying to get me to take it. I looked over all their faces, confused about how this suddenly became such a big deal. I've never liked the way any alcohol tasted, but normally would have one drink to get people off my case. I also hated what weed did to me and only smoked it once. Smoking and drinking were simply not my thing. I never thought anyone would ever get offended by something like that. It wasn't as if I was stopping them from enjoying those things. I don't want one. I don't think it's a big deal, I said, my hand raised in defense. My old friend leaned in, the cold bottle pressed against my arm and her blonde hair falling on my shoulder. I think you need to grow up, she whispered. The anger in her voice stunned me for a second. For a moment, only the crackling of the fire was heard. I didn't understand the sudden turn of the mood. I knew it might not be a good idea to continue with the conversation, so I stood up. I'm heading to bed. It was a long walk for me today. I announced. Matt looked away at Eddie as if they were sharing an inside joke.
What, being out of the office too much for you?
Ben joked, trying to lighten the mood, but he failed. Yeah, actually, I'm not outside much anymore, so I'm gonna pack it in, I said, and hated how my voice sounded. I'll see you guys in the morning, I added in a more relaxed voice. I left them by the fire and sat on top of my sleeping bag. It was too hot inside the tent to cover up. My head swam over what all that was about. I started to question all my actions that day. Yes, I did get annoyed with the smoke breaks, the loud jokes, and how long the hike took, but I never said anything. Was I giving nasty expressions all day that I wasn't aware of? Or was all this something else? I considered that none of them wanted me to come along, but had only used me for the ride. Well, aside from Sophie, but now I wasn't too sure. But why? Was it my full-time job? Or my career goals? Matt was working at his father's shop. Ben was unemployed, living with his parents. Eddie was, well, Eddie. He crashed to different places until he got kicked out. Jessie was a waitress, and Sophie said she was doing a lot of social media things and had recently started to get paid for it. And none of them worked a 9-to-5 job like myself. But who cared about that kind of thing? Did they all really assume I was looking down on them for their lifestyles? Was I overthinking all of this? Or did all my friends actually hate me? It sucked being in the dark with those questions in your head as your friends chatted and had fun outside. I decided then that I just needed to get through the weekend, and then most likely not bother to hang out with these people again if they really did want nothing to do with me. It hurt, but I wouldn't have time to do anything besides work and school when classes started up again. Despite the chattering thoughts and emotions swirling in my chest, I slowly drifted off to sleep, unaware that not just a busy lifestyle would prevent me from seeing my friends again. I woke up in the middle of the night, in the darkness, disorientated as so many different sounds coming from outside my tent. I stumbled outside, taking a full minute to get free and into the cool night air. My eyes slowly adjusted to the moonlight so I could see what was causing all the noise. Ben had stumbled out of his tent and collapsed to the ground near the fire pit, crying out in pain. One hand clutched the side of his head as tears streamed down his red face. Without warning, he started throwing up. I got to him just as he finished emptying his stomach and then curled into a ball. "What's going on?" Jessie asked as she came outside her tent with a flashlight. "Gross," she whispered, mostly to herself when she saw the mess. "Ben?" I had knelt next to him, my hands awkwardly hovering, unsure of what to do. "Don't touch him," Matt snapped when he saw what was going on. I gave him a dirty look and held back a snappy remark. "Is everyone feeling all right?" I asked the small group. "Are you saying I gave us food poisoning?" Matt said, and started to close the distance between us. "No, well, not on purpose. Listen, if we know if anyone else is sick, we'll know if it's something we all ate or just what Ben ate," I tried to explain. Matt was having none of it. He raised a fist as if he was going to hit me. All of a sudden, a noise cut through the dark, causing us to all freeze. Eddie had started to laugh. He tossed his head back, and the sounds that came from him chilled me down to the bones. It didn't sound like him. Hell, it didn't even sound human. Did these guys have anything heavier than the joints after I went into the tent? We all stumbled, unable to move, listening to the awful sound. "He's too loud," Ben whispered on the ground. Both of his hands went to the side of his head to press down as his body rolled back and forth. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" Ben's voice started low and then grew louder than Eddie's laugh. He suddenly shot up and took a red-hot log from the fire pit with his bare hands. I grabbed a hold of him before he hit Eddie with it. He didn't even notice his burning hands as I got him to drop the smoking wood to the ground. "I said make him shut up," Ben shouted, and it made Jessie and Sophie take a step back. What happened next was so sudden, it made it impossible for the rest of us to react. A shape came charging out of the woods, making ungodly noises. It ran past us and directed into Eddie, finally silencing his laughter. His His body was knocked aside and bounced hard against a tree. The girls screamed, and I jumped back, shocked at the sight. In the moonlight, a large buck stood, dark eyes looking us over as if it knew what we were. Matt acted first. He picked up a bottle and tossed it at the deer in a blind panic. That was a bad idea. The next minutes were a flurry of movements. The deer charged through the campsite, tearing up tents and nearly crashing into us. It was a miracle no one else had been hit by the crazed creature. It fled back into the woods, dragging Matt's tent behind by a rope that had been caught on its leg. Ben slowly sat down, hugging his knees, looking oddly calm. I stood, breathing hard, looking over the damage. We needed to get the hell out of there, and fast. I reached into my pocket. Relief flooded my systems when my fingers touched my cell phone, only to have it be taken away, seeing there wasn't a signal.
Does anyone have a working phone?
I asked the shocked group. The girls held on to each other, not moving. They were too frightened to think. I turned to Matt, who had slowly been taking steps towards Eddie's body. I wanted to see if he was all right, but at the same time, I wasn't sure if it was wise to move him.
Do you have one of those satellite phones?
I asked Matt, unaware that would set him off again.
Not all of us are made of money like you.
He snapped. I was taken aback. What the hell was with all these people that day?
First of all, that has nothing to do with the situation. And second of all, I'm not. I'm barely supporting myself.
I shot back. My stomach rolled from the stress.
This is why I hate hanging out with you. It always goes back to your dead parents.
I stood, my mouth slightly open, unable to process any of this. I shook my head, as if that would help. Eddie could be dead before the morning. We needed help for him soon. Without a working phone, our best bet was to get back to the SUV. I remembered the man we met on the trail, and how he mentioned the ranger station. They should have a radio, or a way to contact someone in an emergency.
I'm going to rush back to the SUV. Matt, you know the woods better than anyone. You should go to the ranger's cabin asking for help. Anyone is welcome to come with me back to the car.
I offered. Strangely, Jesse and Sophia shook their heads. At first I thought they were going to go with Matt, but they offered to stay behind at the campsite with Eddie and Ben. I nervously glanced at Ben, who had sat silently since the deer ran off. There wasn't much we could do for Eddie right now, and if Ben snapped, the girls could get hurt, and it was possible the rabid deer would come back, and yet they both wanted to stay behind. Neither could drive, so it wasn't as if they could go to the SUV instead of me. I accepted their request and borrowed a flashlight to start heading down the trail. Matt was going to collect himself before starting on his way to the ranger station. I had only taken a few steps down the path when I heard screaming in the dark from the campsite I had just left. Against my better judgment, I ran back into the woods, only to get cut off by a deer running in front, blocking my way. More screams came from the forest as I helplessly stared down the animal in my way. There was something wrong with the way it looked at me. I stepped to the right, and it took a step to the right. I moved left, and it moved left. The movement made a chill run down my spine. The creature raised a head and let out a long, haunting noise, drowning out the other sounds. My body jumped, and I started to run to what I thought was back towards the campsite. I raced through the woods with all sorts of noises echoing through the trees. Some sounded like the girls' screams, and other noises were something I didn't think anything natural could make. My heart raced as my flashlight beam bounced across the forest floor. I was blinded by fear and didn't see the sudden drop-off of a steep hill. I stopped too late, and ended up slipping down the slope, rolling and losing my grip on the flashlight. My body slammed against hard rocks and exposed tree roots. Exposed skin was torn and bruised from the fall. I ended up at the bottom, dazed and in too much pain to move. It still felt like I was rolling for a long time. I knew I needed to move, and yet I couldn't. Through ringing ears, I heard a voice coming from above. "You all right?" Unable to speak, I raised a hand with a thumbs up. The moonlight was bright enough to see the outline of the stranger we met on the trail earlier. He was missing his pack and had changed into a darker sweater. "Hang on, I'll get you." I wasn't about to protest before he started down the hill that had taken me out. He glided down as if it was a mastered hobby of his. He stopped above me, leaning over to get a better look at my injuries. "Did you hit your head? Do you think it's okay to move you?" he asked.
"Yeah, I'll be fine. We need to get back to my friends. They're in trouble. Weird stuff is happening,"
I told him, and slowly started to sit up as I spoke. I felt a hand wrap around my wrist, and with ease, he helped me back to my feet. To my embarrassment, he bent down on one knee, offering to carry me with his back.
"I'm not a koala,"
I replied to his silent offer. "This works faster." I hated that he was right. I accepted the situation, and with his longer legs, we were up the slope within a minute. My entire body hurt, and I was silently thankful I didn't have to struggle up the hill. "So, Mr. Koala, what's your name?" "I'm Arlen." My face turned sour. "Michael," I muttered, and started to head back towards where I thought the campsite was. He stopped me and tapped his nose as if that meant something. "I smell your fire pit in that direction," he said, and pointed the other way. We hadn't seen any other campers, so the only fire in the woods should have been made by us. I very faintly smelled smoke, but that could have been because of his suggestion. I followed him, going as fast as my body would let me. "What are you still doing in the woods?" I asked him. With everything that happened so far, I didn't trust a stranger out in the woods. If the deer weren't acting the way they had, I would have assumed all my friends were on a bad trip. Something was going on, and he might have been connected to it. "I was ambushed by a feral squirrel. Needed to ditch my pack to outrun it. I was hiding from it until I heard screaming," Arlen explained and looked over his shoulder. "No matter what happened to you tonight, at least it wasn't something that embarrassing." I coughed to hide a laugh. Wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes when he smiled. Some of the tension of the night broke for a few minutes. I needed some humor to collect my thoughts as we made our way back to the campsite. Any kind of calm disappeared from my chest when we arrived. Trails of fresh blood were scattered throughout the clearing. The fire pit had been trampled and embers were flung around the site. Arlen walked over to stomp out a few spots that threatened to spread to create a larger fire. Something shone in the moonlight. I bent down and picked up Eddie's lighter, which had been abandoned. Was I in the wrong? I asked myself, unaware I spoke out loud. "What do you mean?" Arlen responded in a patient voice. It was odd having someone ready to calmly hear me out after everything that happened. I wasn't certain if I could fully trust him yet. Either he had nothing to do with all the strange events, or he wouldn't believe the rabid deer story. "A friend of mine got hurt pretty badly. I left to head back to the car because none of our phones had service. Should I force someone to come with me? I mean, what is even going on?" I shoved the lighter in my pocket and started to bite my thumbnail. It was a habit I thought I had outgrown. "You couldn't force them to come with you if they refused. I wish I had more answers for you. I do find it odd you all didn't have service. Had it been spotty all day?" he asked. I realized our phones had no issue before dinner time after he asked the question. I suddenly felt guilty for standing around talking with fresh blood on the ground and no signs of my friends. My phone had stayed in my pocket even after falling down the slope. I wanted to double check to see if there was still no service. My heart raced when I saw a single bar on the newly cracked screen. Sadly, the bar was gone the moment I tried placing a call. I held my phone out as far as I could reach, as if that would help get the signal back. I was distracted by the night sky for a second. Faint streaks of light crossed the sky. I didn't think there was a meteor shower that night, and yet a handful shot across the darkness. Arlen reached over and took my phone. I protested a little, but he held it up out of my reach. "I'm taller," he pointed out. The extra height did nothing to help get my connection back. We gave up, and I tucked the phone away. I asked Matt to head to the ranger's cabin. I wonder if he left, and then something happens to everyone else. Even if he didn't reach the cabin, maybe it would be better to go there to get help than try to find everyone. But I don't know where it is, I said, frustrated over the events of that night. "I'll take you there," Arlen said, and turned to start walking away. "Really?" I said, a bit shocked. Since I met him, his expression has never changed. He was still the friendly person we met on the trail. He wasn't fazed by the sight of blood or finding me at the bottom of a hill, and now he was offering his time to a stranger instead of just leaving the woods. "Yes, why not?" he said, amused by my reaction.
"You don't even know us."
The words just slipped out. I try to help others when I can, but I rarely ask for anything if it's beyond an easy task. Someone going out of their way for me was such a foreign concept at that moment in my life. "I don't know your friends, but I know you. You're a koala in disguise," he joked. This was not the moment for humor, and yet I accepted it. It wasn't as if I could handle any of this on my own. I needed to trust him, at least for now. Before we left the campsite behind, we glanced around for a flashlight. We weren't able to find one, but I picked up the axe Max had used for firewood. It felt far too heavy, and yet I didn't want to leave it behind. I silently followed behind Arlen, praying our hike to the ranger's cabin would be easy. Things are never easy. We walked for a while in the dark. It was hard to tell time. I hurt from the fall and my chest was tight with stress. I gripped the axe handle so hard the rough wood rubbed into my palms. The events of the night ran through my head. No matter what, I couldn't think of an answer to what we saw. If there was something in the forest that made the deer and squirrels go feral, then why did Ben and Eddie get sick? We all ate the same food. Those two drank from different water bottles. If it was a tainted stash, then that didn't explain the deer. Suddenly, Arlen stopped, his body tense. His dark eyes stared off into the woods as if he saw something I didn't. I wanted to ask him what was wrong, but I was scared the noise might bring trouble. Then, a whistle cut through the darkness. I gripped the axe tighter, and my head felt light. We caught each other's eyes, and he nodded. I grabbed the plastic whistle he gave us and blew on it, answering the call. There was a pause, and the sound was returned along with a distant cry for help. I wasn't sure which of the group it was. I just felt glad we found someone. I started forward towards the whistling sound, stopping only long enough to figure out where it was coming from. Each minute was agony, until I saw a figure through the trees. "Ben!" I shouted and lowered the axe. His head turned towards me, his face red and wet with tears. I've never seen Ben cry before. He was always the rock of the group, and now he was stuck to the spot, sobbing because he was so glad we found him.
"It's so dark here. I got scared. Did you bring Mr. Hoppy?"
He sniffled, rubbing his eyes like a child. I had stopped a few steps away from him, confusion seeping into my expression. "Mr. Hoppy?" I asked, getting a very bad feeling over this interaction.
"I want to go to bed. It's dark, but I need Mr. Hoppy to sleep,"
he explained, and large tears threatened to start again. "We're going to the ranger cabin. Maybe Mr. Hoppy is there," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking.
"No, it's too dark and scary out there. I don't want to be alone. If Mr. Hoppy isn't here, you'll have to help me sleep instead."
His hand reached out and took hold of my wrist before I could react. His grip was so tight I thought he would crush my bones. Still, I couldn't bring myself to raise the axe in my other hand to attack my friend. "Hurry up and join us so we're not alone." To my horror, Ben reached up and took a hooked finger inside his mouth. He started to pull until the flesh tore and ripped away. He didn't have any reaction of pain as he opened his mouth so wide it looked like his lower jaw unhinged itself. His flesh pulsed unnaturally. Some blood came from the rip, but the wounds healed over, giving him a forever wide-mouthed, gruesome appearance. I started trying to pull away, finding it impossible. His expressionless eyes stared into my own as panic overtook my body. Another ripple ran through his face, and all of a sudden, the flesh on the left side exploded outwards in gore and twisted shapes. It was as if a bloody kind of vegetation was trying to get through his skin and fusing with his flesh and body. I felt the axe get ripped from my hand, then someone grabbed the back of my shirt with a powerful hand and pulled me backward as Bill kept a hold of my wrist, extending his arm. With a single swift cut, Arlen chopped off Ben's arm at the elbow. I felt myself get lifted off the ground for a second. Then we were running. Ben didn't follow, but let out a scream. Similar to the sounds the deer made before. We ran until my legs gave out and my lungs burned. I finally stopped, sweat stinging my eyes and my face burning. I felt something on my arm, and disgust rose through my throat when I realized Ben's hand had not let go. Silently, Arlen helped me pry the fingers off my bruised wrist, and then he tossed the arm deep into the woods. I collapsed against a tree. My face was in my hands and my body shaking. Not only was I mortified over Ben's face transforming the way it had, I was ashamed over my reaction. I had a weapon in my hand. If Arlen hadn't been there, I might have died because of shock. A noise stirred me from my misery. Arlen had started to whistle a song, his back straight and staring off into the woods. He noticed I was staring at him, and he stopped.
I whistle when I get nervous,
he admitted, and for the first time I saw a hint of stress on his face. I could understand that, but did he really have to pick Always Look on the Bright Side of Life? Not the best song for the moment, I commented, trying to stay collected.
I think it's the best song for moments like this. Sure, we saw something terrifying, but we got away, right?
He pointed out, his smile appearing forced. I was going to agree with him, but something far worse than Ben found us. Due to all the noise we made from running, it could have been following us for a while without us noticing.
Hey guys, spare some snackies.
The voice belonged to Eddie, but it was all wrong. The words were choppy and unnatural. I stood up, legs shaking far too much to make a run for it. I wished the moon wasn't so bright that night. I wanted to never see what walked through the trees towards us. A deer hobbled along, carrying extra weight. Coming out from the base of its neck was the chest of a lifetime friend. He hung upside down, arms swaying and fingertips nearly touching the ground. More of the almost flower-like growths circled where they had been fused. The monster stopped walking and stared at us with two sets of eyes.
Alone.
This time the word came from the mouth of the deer using Eddie's voice. Something cracked as the deer's head started to turn. Slowly, Eddie's upper half rotated around, making him and the deer head trade places. He reached out his arms as if offering an embrace.
You snackies or friend eyes?
He asked, head jittering with each syllable. The monstrosity charged forward, wanting our flesh. I pressed my body hard against the tree, cursing my body and refusing to react the way I wanted it to. Arlen planted his feet hard on the ground and braced himself. He used the momentum of the creature against it. The Eddie creature realized its mistake the moment the axe blade was planted in the middle of his face. It dug down deep as Arlen pressed his entire body against the handle. His feet were pushed back, digging up dirt. He lost both of the flip-flops he had been wearing, and yet didn't react to the twigs and rocks cutting into his soles. They both stopped, Arlen keeping the monster's body still standing. He backed off, letting go of the handle, and letting them both fall. He then leaned down with his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. The monster twitched, and the deer's head started to move upwards, as if trying to replace Eddie's. Arlen moved fast. He planted a foot against the creature and ripped the axe free. He brought the weapon down again and again. Splashes of blood flew from the attack, covering the front of his sweater and even spattering across my clothing. He kept hacking until the handle broke off in his hands. His last attack was to drive the wood down deep into the mess of the deer skull. Silence came over the forest, aside from his ragged breathing. He looked over what he had done and lifted his sweater to clean away most of the blood off his face. His eyes landed on me, and then he looked back at the mess at his feet.
Excuse my French, but fuck.
He paused to gesture towards the pile of gore at his feet.
all of whatever this is.
That used to be my friend, I finally answered. The word hung heavy in the air. His expression changed to pity when he looked back down at the mass of flesh and bone. The body twitched, and I was worried that it would get back up again. We needed to move before that happened.
We're not that far from the ranger's cabin. Come on.
With some gentle prodding, Arlen got me moving again. I hated all of this. I hated how I froze up and how every sound off in the woods made me jump. And I hated not having answers. Arlen stopped for a few seconds, checking the trees and ground as if he was tracking something. He also glanced up at the sky. I wondered if he knew how to get around based on the location of the stars. He noticed being watched and pointed towards a pair of fallen trees.
I've memorized a lot of key locations of the woods, so I know how to get back if I get lost while foraging, he explained.
Are you from around here? I asked him. This forest was huge. Surely he would need to come here countless times to remember so much of it.
No, just a good memory.
He shrugged. He was flexing his hands at his side as if they were in pain. Taking down that monster must have taken a toll on him, and he was walking around without shoes. I wanted to offer him mine, but there would be no way they would fit.
What kind of people are your friends? I mean, what are they like?
Arlen asked, as he kept his head directed forward. I knew he just wanted me to talk to keep me distracted from the horrors we witnessed, but I went along with it anyway. Ben was our rock. No matter what, he was the calmest one of the group. If I had a problem, he'd be there to listen. But around Eddie, he acts pretty goofy. It's the only time I see him let loose a little, I told him, fully regretting ever agreeing to take everyone camping this weekend.
What about the other guy we met?
That was one way to put it. My stomach churned thinking about Eddie as the image of his body fused to the deer came to mind. Eddie was never that bright. Kind of annoying if you ask me. I tended to avoid him if I could, but he wasn't a bad guy. Far from it. Super kind, always sharing what he had. He was also good with animals. He found an abandoned and abused donkey when we just started high school. The year he took care of it was probably the best year of that donkey's life. I stopped walking. My body suddenly felt heavy. I didn't want to move. I just wanted to bury myself deep into a hole and never move from one spot again. I felt tears threatening to overtake me as I found myself chewing so hard on my thumb the tip started to bleed. Sorry, I started, my voice uneven. Arlen simply gave me a thumbs up, knowing I needed a few seconds to collect myself. I didn't understand him. He acted so calm and helpful to a stranger. How could he not be a mess after taking an axe to a monster that tried to do God knows what to us? He didn't rush me. It took me a minute, but I pushed aside my misery to keep moving forward. Seeing the light of the cabin took a massive weight off my shoulders. I rushed forward, wanting nothing more than to get a hold of a person that could help us. Again, a hand grabbed the back of my shirt, and I was dragged aside. I'd gotten in front of Arlen, and an odd, serious expression came over his face. He nodded silently, telling me to stand behind him. I listened and mentally got ready as dread filled my chest. This place wasn't safe. I didn't know if I could handle it. Arlen's hand slowly went for the door. Then, all at once, he pulled it open while standing off to one side. A person on the other end swung down an axe hard into the ground and then stumbled forward. In a flash, Arlen disarmed him and pinned the stranger to the ground with a knee to his back.
Let me up, you psycho!
The person shouted, his face red with fear and pain. He was deemed to be not a threat, and I helped him off the ground. Arlen picked up the new metal axe and went inside the cabin to look things over. I followed behind him, and the stranger cautiously did as well. I almost got sick at the sights that greeted us. The small cabin had been covered in blood. The headless bodies of the Rangers had been left behind by whatever attacked them. I forced my eyes away. My hand covered my mouth in case I got sick. The smell of blood was overpowering. Arlen walked over the bodies and straight to a bulky radio on the other side of the room.
It's broken,
the stranger told us. The words made my heart sink more. At least finding another normal person was a good sign, and I was certain a trail led from this cabin to the parking lot. We would be on the right path instead of stumbling around in the woods all night. I had my back turned from the center of the room. I didn't see one of the headless bodies get back up, but I heard it. I spun on my heel, blood racing, terrified to see another one of those monsters. The body stood, unsteady feet appearing like a puppet on a set of strings. Arlen had set down the axe to look over the radio. Everything felt to be in slow motion. Burst of the flower-like fleshy growth came from the chest of the creature. It opened up, revealing a pulsing blue light encircled with countless half-formed hands. By the time Arlen grabbed the axe and took a few steps in our direction, a set of tendrils shot out, aiming for the man beside me. I picked up a wooden chair that had been placed near the door to use as a shield. The flesh of the tendrils hit hard, forcing me back and splitting the back of the chair. It fell from my hands, but I held on to one large pointed piece. Without thinking, I charged, aiming the end of the wood into the blue light. Countless splinters dug into my hands as I forced all my strength into plunging my makeshift weapon downwards. The thing convulsed, the back arching. The light went out, and the growths shriveled up. The body fell back to the ground, taking the piece of wood with it. I stood, breathing hard, looking over what I just did. I guess monsters are easier to deal with when they don't look or sound like your friends. The newcomer stood, shell-shocked. Arlen walked over and rolled the other body on its back. The chest started to move, ready to open up like the other one. He brought down the axe a few times, ensuring the creature stayed down. Then our attention was drawn to the stranger in the cabin, expecting answers.
What are these things?
I demanded. He crossed his arms and turned his face away.
What makes you think I know?
He shot back, huffing. I reached over and took hold of a swipe card attached to his belt loop. He was wearing a short white lab jacket and didn't appear to be a hiker. He snatched away his card, knowing his cover was blown.
I can't get you a lot of details.
He started appearing nervous. Arlen lifted the axe a little, and the man raised his hands in defense.
I'll tell you what I know. Who are you two? Hikers? Ex-military or something?
He suggested. A citizen and a koala, Arlen answered, and I wished he'd dropped that joke. I looked over to him, trying to spot a lie. I did expect him to be at least involved in all of this, or have some sort of military training. He took down the deer creature on his own and found his way through the woods in the dark without any shoes. Was Arlen really just some random person who got caught up in all of this, like the rest of us? Part 2. The guy narrowed his eyes, doubtful of Arlen's words, but kept talking.
There was an outbreak in a different forest a bit of a distance from here.
We're still studying it. We think someone infected the local plants and then got passed on to the animals. I glanced down at his swipe card again, trying to see if there was a company name. I only saw his initials printed on the bottom of the card.
Tell us, JC, can this infection pass to humans?
I said, and nodded toward the two bodies we just put down. His face turned pale, and he frowned with a slight shake of his head.
Yes. Eating a tainted plant or an infected animal can pass it along. Or, well, an infected human can infect you too.
My head started to spin. I nearly fainted at the news. Not only did my friends turn into monsters, but they'd been trying to change us as well. I realized something, and it nearly put me over the edge.
Can you be infected by eating tainted mushrooms?
I asked, dread clear on my face. Are chicken of the woods mushrooms or fungus? Arlen asked, mostly talking to himself.
Yeah. Did you two eat some?
We both glanced at each other and nodded. JC's shoulders dropped, disappointed. The two normal humans he'd come across may be ticking time bombs.
We haven't come across a lot of animals coming into contact with this infection. There's a small percentage of animals that don't react to whatever's causing all this, but we've seen people turn after 7 or 8 hours after being exposed. The biggest sign of the infection is a personality change. Some people revert to a childlike state, and others become extremely violent. If you studied this, then there must be a cure, I said, almost too desperate to think clearly. JC pointed towards the body of the previous ranger at our feet. The flesh was still twisted from some unnatural disease. You think there could ever be a cure for something like that? He explained. My knees gave out, and I slid down the wall. With some quick math, I assumed that I only had until sunrise. Then I would become like my friends. My body changed in gruesome ways, and my mind gone. The only way to deal with this is fire. It seems like whatever carries this mutation is extremely flammable. JC added with a shrug, not over-concerned over our fates. Or he was hiding it very well. Why wasn't the park closed? I replied. I wanted to sound angry, but I was just so tired. I wasn't certain whether this forest had been overtaken or not, and no one wanted to spare the manpower to double-check. Our hands are full because of the other location. I hired a private security worker to come along to confirm what I suspected.
Then you got spooked in the woods, ran off, and got separated from him,
Arlen suggested. Despite the horrible news, he hadn't dropped his smile. He only appeared a little tired, but not on the verge of a mental breakdown like myself. JC's face turned red, showing that was what really went down. Hell, I didn't blame him. At least he found his way to the cabin alone instead of relying on a stranger for help. I'm meeting Cassidy here. We'll protect you and get you out of the woods. There's a very, very slim chance either of you aren't infected, JC suggested, recovering from his embarrassment. And if we are? I asked, barely able to keep my head up. He didn't answer. I knew why. We would either be killed on the spot or taken away to be experimented on. We never should have come here. My voice sounded as bitter as I felt.
Since we might be carrying this infection, can you at least tell us where it came from?
Arlen asked, his voice calm. I knew he was trying to keep the conversation going to distract me from my misery. JC frowned, uncomfortable with the request. He had been told to not disclose that information, but he felt like we were owed it. He pointed upwards as a small hint. I didn't understand what he was implying.
It's a biblical event?
My new friend asked innocently. JC's face flushed red, and he jabbed his finger upwards a few more times. I'm gesturing towards the night sky, he huffed. I forgot about everything for a second, as the implication hit me like a ton of bricks. We were dealing with something that came from space, like some sort of alien disease. Was that even possible? I didn't have time to dwell on it. I had been too stressed out to be thinking clearly. I had completely forgotten what I had asked Matt to do the last time I saw him. He was supposed to come to the ranger's cabin. His body wasn't here when we arrived. That meant he should be out there in the forest. I was unaware he had been finding his way here the entire time. Arlen's body tensed. I quickly stood up, causing JC to look at us confused. I was closer to the door and made it outside first. Countless streaks of light flew across the night sky. The sight should be beautiful, but it chilled me to the bone. Someone was waiting outside for us, just at the edge of the clearing to the cabin. Matt's clothing was stained with fresh blood. He lifted a heavy object and tossed it closer to us. The severed head of a large buck landed hard. The dark eyes still opened, and the mouth moved slightly. I was scared to see what he had become, but I also felt so tired.
Why are you here? I thought you were headed to the car.
Matt said, sounding almost normal. His voice had a distant sound to it. The figure looked and sounded like my friend, but the features were just off enough for me to know he was too far gone.
I got sidetracked, I admitted. So far, he hadn't acknowledged the two other people.
I did what I was told. I came here. I took care of the deer that bothered Eddie. They all asked me not to. All of them are my friends, and they want me to join them. But you guys were my friends first,
He explained, his eyes looking forward and yet past me at the same time. Where's the girls? I asked him, with foolish hope for a good answer.
Sophie is that big bare tree. I can't hear Jesse anymore, or Ben.
Matt's eyes trailed off to the woods, as if he expected our friends to be close by. JC said he came with someone. I considered they had come across Ben and Jesse and silenced them. If that was the case, then it meant that Eddie wasn't dead, even after getting hacked apart. The world started to spin as I thought of him not only transforming against his will, but lying injured and alone somewhere. Death would be better.
They want me to take you all with me. There's so many voices telling me what to do.
Matt said, his head turning back to face us. An odd, cold rage bubbled under the surface. His flesh rippled along his cheeks, but he didn't act just yet.
I'm sick of it. I was jealous of you. You know that. You don't have parents ordering you around. You don't have siblings. You're alone. No voices are bothering you.
I found myself taking a few steps back. I knew Matt worked hard to support his large family, but I was never aware of how that affected him.
Hey, let's trade places. Let me crawl into your skin and be you for a little while.
Matt's expression changed into a deranged smile. Arlen knew Matt was serious about the idea. He darted towards him, axe in hand, ready to fight. Yet again, I was too scared to act. Or rather, I couldn't bring myself to move. Deep down, I felt like I should die in those woods. Arlen didn't agree. A batch of flesh tendrils burst out from Matt's back. I grabbed JC and pulled him out of the way. The unnatural appendage crashed into the window that had been behind him, the shards of glass slicing into the flesh, causing it to recoil in pain. Most of the tendrils went for Arlen, seeing him as the biggest threat. One wrapped around the handle of the axe. He held onto it with both hands and dug into the ground with his feet, trying to stay in one spot. He was painfully dragged along, refusing to give up his weapon. With a massive pull, he brought Matt closer, then suddenly let go of the axe. He moved too fast for his opponent to react. With one swift movement, he pulled out a small object from his pocket and grabbed a hold of one side of Matt's head to keep it steady as he stabbed a pen deeper into the creature's right ear. He screamed in pain, the tendrils wildly flailing around. He wobbled on his feet, trying to recover. Arlen didn't give him the chance. The metal axe had been dropped out of arm's reach, but that didn't matter to him. He grabbed Matt's shirt and tossed him to the ground. Matt reached and ripped the pen from his ear, but it was too late. Arlen took hold of his skull with both hands, lifting his head above the buck's antlers. There was a struggle as Matt used all his strength to keep his head raised. Arlen used his weight to slowly force down Matt's body. Both of them shook with effort, and sweat dripped from Arlen's face. Slowly, he won the silent fight and lowered Matt's neck onto the tip of an antler. Blood bubbled from his mouth as the rest of his body fell limp and his eyes rolled back. When I grabbed JC out of the way, I hadn't let him go. I felt him grab a hold of my arm, fear overtaking him, and he wasn't ashamed to hold a stranger for support. Matt's face started to transform. The fleshy flowers sprouted, covering his eyes, and his chest moved as if countless insects were moving under the skin. He was going to become some sort of monster we couldn't deal with in a few seconds. Arlen didn't give him that chance. He briskly walked over to the fallen axe. He moved without any wasted actions. He brought down the blade, splitting Matt's skull in half.
With some effort, he removed the weight to bring it down again and again in a robotic way. I was terrified at the moment, not of what my friend had turned into, but of what kind of person Arlen was. I didn't know the first thing about him. JC had said people who were infected had a change in their personality. Arlen was brutally efficient when it came to attacking the creatures we came across. Deep down, I knew he hadn't changed because of the infection. He had always been this kind of person. The world around me started to fade. I wasn't aware that I was on the verge of fainting. JC needed to drag us back into the cabin as I heard the sound of the axe coming down again and again. Mentally, I simply shut down. With some effort, JC sat me against a wall to let me rest for a few minutes. When I opened my eyes, everything was quiet outside. JC was rummaging around looking for anything useful inside the cabin. He found a few cans of Spam he put aside. The thought of food made my stomach twist. I curled up, back pressed against the wall and knees tucked hard against my chest. Footsteps came closer, and I almost hoped it was another monster coming inside the cabin. Instead, Arlen slowly sat down near me. His clothing was drenched in sticky blood, but he had at least cleaned off his face. I pressed my back even harder against the wall, now afraid of the person who had been protecting me the entire night. "It should have been me," I said mostly to myself. Arlen gave me a gentle, questioning look that made me a little bit less scared of him. I couldn't bring myself to admit to him I wished I'd died in the accident that killed my parents. If I wasn't around, then maybe my friends would have lived. I shook my head, saying something else that had bothered me all night. "I'm a guy. I should have been the one to end their suffering, not you. I just stood there like a child every time." I admitted, hating myself for my actions that night.
How old are you?
He asked. 20. I lied. He knew and waited for the right answer. 19.
See, still a teenager. I'm the adult here, so I don't mind helping.
I lashed out and punched his arm. It didn't do any damage, but he pretended it did. "What's the point of being born a guy if I was too weak to do anything?" I snapped. I've always been the smallest and weakest of the guys in our friend group. None of them really teased me about it. The issue had always been at the back of my mind, and now I found out how useless I really was. Arlen reached over and took a hold of my hand. I was confused and let him place his next to mine to show off the size difference.
People are born different. Some are good at running, while others have asthma. Just because you can run faster and longer doesn't mean you're better than anyone who can't. You have different skills. Who cares if fighting isn't one of them?
I chewed on the inside of my cheek, letting the words turn around in my head. I knew he was just humoring me and trying to make me feel better, and oddly enough, it worked a little. "I still should have..." I started, but lost the strength to finish the thought.
I've dealt with monsters before. There's something I'm made for.
I raised my head and studied him for a minute. I wished I understood more about him. Was he here on purpose or by accident? I surely couldn't be so lucky as to meet the one person prepared enough to deal with this kind of situation and was kind enough to help. The cabin door slammed open, causing all of us to jump. JC let out a high-pitched scream, which we decided to ignore. A massively tall person decked out in military gear stepped through the door, a large blade in their gloved hand. They reached up and removed the helmet and mask covering their face, letting waves of long red hair spill out. "Does anyone have a hair tie?" she asked, directing her freckled face in our direction. Arlen and I were too stunned to reply. "Cassidy," JC said, and rushed over to her. She was at least 2 feet taller than him. He found her a regular elastic so she could put up her hair.
Isn't long hair against some sort of regulation?
Arlen commented after he recovered. "I'm in the private sector. Come on." She turned, ready to leave. We stood up and headed towards the door. For once, things were slightly looking up. I doubted we would have any issue getting through the woods with a tank like her on our side. She looked as if she could take down a charging bull if she wanted.
and yet had a soft, kinder face that didn't match her cold tone. I considered the slight chance I wasn't carrying the infection, that when the sun rose I would be alive to carry the weight of this night. Our group started walking down the trail toward the end of the woods. My hand went into my pocket to feel the items tucked away inside. I started to close my pace until I stopped. Arlen noticed first, then the other two.
I'm with you until the end,
Arlen said, already knowing what I was going to say. JC appeared confused, but somehow Cassidy knew what the look on my face meant. "We're not going back," she stated. "I need to see Sophie," I said, and JC opened his mouth to protest. "Just leave her. There's no way she's still human," he pointed out. I knew that, hoping that she was all right, wasn't the reason why I needed to go back to find her. I shook my head, and he took a step away from Cassidy. She grabbed JC's shoulder, keeping him in place. "My job is to protect you, not them. We are leaving." He looked between her and us, knowing he was unable to do anything to help. "We'll wait for you at the end of the trail." It felt like I smiled for the first time that night. We said a few quick parting words and turned to walk deeper into the woods. We didn't see any more infected animals along the way. The sky had gotten a little bit lighter. It made it easier to see. The forest didn't appear right. The plants were still, but out of the corners of my eyes, I could see the leaves and blades of grass turn towards us, as if the entire forest was watching our backs. I wondered just how far the infection spread. The night had taken a toll on Arlen. He kept a tight grip on the axe handle, but he let it dangle at his side. His smile was strained, and he let me walk in front. I followed the trail, knowing it would lead to the path that branched out to the large tree in the center of the forest. We found the clearing, and he waited at the edge. I needed to do this alone. The tree is larger due to new growth. The flesh-like flowers sprouted from the branches, replacing its leaves. Countless bodies of all kinds of animals had been pressed and twisted into each other around the tree, giving it a new shape. A raccoon came from the woods with flowers sprouting from its head. He didn't look over at us and kept walking. The tree accepted it into itself in a silent fusion of flesh. What was left of Sophie was in the middle of the tree, facing us. Her eyes had been covered by the flowers, and her lower body fused into the tree. Her long hair flowed down, moving in the slight breeze. I should have been afraid of her, but I thought she looked oddly beautiful. A light came falling from between the branches. It appeared to be a blue ball of flame that seeped into the ground when it landed. JC had been telling the truth of this infection coming from the sky. How many other places have been taken over so far? Had it only been this forest and one other?
I was starting to wonder where you were.
Sophie spoke, sounding a bit tired.
Come over here and join us.
She opened her arms wide in a tempting offer. In a second. I want to talk first. She nodded her head, but didn't lower her arms. How did you all feel about me? I mean, do you blame me? Were we all actually friends? She moved her head from side to side, considering the question. Normally, she wouldn't answer such questions, but she was no longer herself.
We were friends. We all loved you.
Relationships aren't perfect. We were only human. I suppose near the end I was starting to get jealous of you. All your hard work paid off. I grinded away at my social media accounts for nothing. Meanwhile, you had no support. You got back on your feet after your parents' death, and you were going to college, unlike the rest of us. It felt like I was losing you. I never knew any of this. I wished I paid more attention or even talked with them all more. I should have valued our time together instead of rushing to get to the next stage of my life.
I don't blame you for all of this. None of us do. We're happy like this, no longer being human. after we shed who we were, we can live in bliss with all the other voices. Now, come and join us. Let us spread to the rest of this world and become one with everything. I moved towards her, wanting nothing more than to take her up on the offer. Arlen made an effort to stop me, but he was blocked by a pair of infused deer. He hacked away at them, yelling my name and telling me to stop. I kept walking until I reached Sophie, letting her arms wrap around me, her cheek pressed against my own in an embrace I never knew I wanted from her. I always thought of you all as siblings. You were the best family anyone could have ever asked for, I said, and pulled away from her a little. She didn't understand why I bothered telling her something like that. After all, once we fused, she would know everything about me. She wasn't aware of my hand reaching into my pocket to pull out a small object. I lifted it under her exposed stomach and stared at her face, trying to find the traces of the human she had been. I didn't think that this was the right choice. It just felt like something I needed to do. My thumb flicked at the lighter twice, and Arlen screamed at me to stop. Within a second of the small flame coming to life, it spread to Sophie's body. She let out an ungodly scream and pulled away, unable to stop the fire from rapidly spreading. Her body went up like paper soaked in gasoline. The flames spread to my clothing, and heat forced my eyes shut. I've never felt such pain before. The only thing I was aware of was the unbearable heat and the screams coming from the transformed tree. A strong hand pulled me away and forced my body to the ground. Arlen frantically put out the flames with his hands. His body is over top of mine. I opened my eyes to see a new expression on his face. He was furious. Leave, I started to tell him. To my shock, he slapped my cheek. Not hard, but enough to derail my train of thought. Don't you dare take the easy way out, he snapped with such force it knocked some sense into me. I blankly stared at him, never expecting such an outburst. The fire had already spread through the tree, causing it to scream. Smoke rolled along the ground, making our eyes water. With some difficulty, we both stood up, coughing and moving our exhausted legs forward. The fire was moving faster than us. Each infected plant and tree let out a high-pitched noise when the flames touched them. The sound of the flames was drowned out by a sea of screams. My legs faltered, and Arlen stopped long enough to lift me on his back. We weren't going to make it out of the woods on foot. I closed my eyes, only regretting letting him close along with me. A new noise came, ripping through the woods. JC shouted our names, and Cassidy scooped us up onto the back of an ATV. She wasted no time shearing it back down the trail, kicking up dust and moving faster than the flames. I think they were trying to keep me awake. I tried to keep my eyes open, but they drifted shut. I passed out, not seeing the sunrise that night. I woke up in a cold, white room. At first, I thought I was dead, but then the dull pain all over my body reminded me I was still alive. My arms, chest, and right side of my face had treated burns. The room didn't have windows, so I could only guess how many days I stayed there recovering. The nurses who came in and out for treatment didn't say a word to me. Finally, JC entered the room. The dark bags under his eyes revealed how stressed he had been while I rested. He set a change of clothing on the side of my bed. He then placed a clear bag with my repaired cell phone and Eddie's lighter next to me. You're in the clear. No signs of the infection. We tested your blood about 100 times to make sure, he announced. At least that was some good news. And Arlen? I asked. He's fine too. He wasn't as injured as you were, so we already released him.
I added his and my number to your phone. JC sat down next to me and then leaned in closer, as if he wanted to gossip. How long have your friends been with him? I mean, what do you know about him? He half whispered. I met him that night. Did you find out anything? I half whispered back, playing along. I looked him up. Arlen's father was like a Texas oil tycoon or something, and his mother was the mistress. She died of an overdose when he was 16. But you want to know the weird part? I felt wrong listening to all of this. It was as if I was invading Arlen's privacy after all he did for me. But then again, this may all be public knowledge. His father's wife died in a boating accident. Then, his father died of a heart attack. He had a half-brother and a sister that the company and all the money should have gone to. His half-brother was shot by some cartel in Mexico, and his younger sister drowned when she was 13. Some think she did it on purpose. Because of all that, he has more money than he could spend in a lifetime. What are the chances his entire family dies in random ways years apart? And what was he doing in those woods? I asked him, and he said he was foraging. After hearing all that, I understood his reaction when I asked him to leave me behind. He must have had regrets for being unable to, at the very least, protect his little sister. Was that the reason why he protected me? Did he want to make up for not being there for her? Do you think he's more deeply connected to the infection? I said, also wondering if it was possible. Maybe, but I haven't found any signs of it. I hate to admit this, but my company has been keeping samples of the infected instead of destroying all traces of it. There is money to be made if they're able to turn people into weapons. He let out a sigh and leaned back, unable to hide his distaste over the idea. You might think I'm crazy, but I don't think he's working for anyone. I'm pretty sure he was in the forest by chance, and he's just weird, I admitted. JC gave me a side eye, but didn't argue. There was enough evidence for either option to be true. Now what? Are you gonna threaten to kill me if I tell anyone what happened? I suggested. He waved off my words and shook his head. Nope. Fuck this company. I want you to tell as many people as possible as you can about this and get the word out. The issue is we don't know how many places are infected until humans get involved. There could be hundreds of places or none. I'd rather us be the ones tracking these places down instead of random campers like your group stumbling into it. Even if you reach one person and convince them not to go into the woods, I think it would have been worth paying Cassidy to go back and get you two. I wanted to hug him, which was weird because I'm not normally a touchy person. I considered it would be better if I died years ago, and now I had a chance to make my life mean something. JC didn't understand how important his words were to me. We finished up our conversation, and he said I could leave whenever I felt ready. To be honest, I didn't know how widespread this mysterious infection is. I pray that the company JC works for is able to defeat it before others get hurt. I've seen messages to Arlen thanking him for the help. He's a bit busy out of the country, looking for truffles of all things, and promised to hang out with me when he gets back. Rich people are pretty weird if you ask me. I don't have the resources Arlen and JC do. I can't do much to help save people or stop this threat on my own. The only thing I can do is warn people there may be unknown things lurking in the woods, waiting for people to find it. I was lucky I left those woods alive. So, do me a favor and skip the camping trips this year. Maybe go to the beach instead. I don't know if anyone will believe this, but I need to get it out before it's too late. I live in a small, mostly forgotten town where nothing ever happens. At least, that's what I thought. It started with my car. One night, while driving home, the engine didn't just rattle, it screamed. A metallic howl like steel being fed through a meat grinder. Smoke curled through the hood, thick and gray, but threaded with a smell so wrong it made my eyes water. It wasn't oil or antifreeze. It was burnt hair and raw, iron-rich blood, like the steam rising from slaughterhouse drains. A neighbor whispered about a mechanic in the industrial district, a place people avoid after dark. "He fixes things nobody else can," she said, her voice shaking. "But don't look too close." I found the place easily. The streets there were empty and dead. Just wind cutting through rusted-out factories. No sign, just a heavy steel door with mechanic spray-painted in letters that dripped like coagulated blood. I knocked. It opened before my knuckles landed a second time. A tall, thin man stood in the doorway. His fingers were long enough to look broken, joints sharp under papery skin. His nails were black with some crusted substance, oil or dried blood, and slightly curled like claws. His eyes were small but restless, flickering over me as if dissecting me with his gaze.
Bring it around back,
he said, voice low like gravel sliding over glass. The shop smelled wrong the moment I entered. Not oil, not gasoline. Raw, wet meat. Coppery stink coated my teeth. Under the dim sodium lights, tools hung in neat rows. But they weren't wrenches and ratchets. They were scalpels, bone saws, curved needles big enough to stitch a torso, pliers with hooks instead of jaws. Some were still wet, glinting under the flicker. I swear a few of them moved, as if the metal itself flexed when no one looked.
"You got structural issues,"
he muttered, circling my car.
"I can fix it, but I'll need to adjust some components."
He motioned me to follow. At the back, every wall was plastered with sketches. Cars, yes, but their engines were replaced. Instead of carburetors and belts, there were torsos strapped down with pipes feeding into veins. Hearts wired to ignition coils, lungs inflating under piston pressure. Intestines braided like cables. The pencil marks were so dense the drawings almost rippled. Some pages were stained dark, where liquid had seeped through. My stomach turned.
"What the hell is this?"
The mechanic's lips barely moved.
"Evolution. Machines are fragile. Flesh learns."
He opened another door. The air beyond was colder, wet enough to fog my breath. A car, or what had been a car, sat stripped to its skeleton. The seats were gone. The dashboard had been replaced by a pulsing web of tissue stitched to the frame. Tubes of dark fluid ran from a central clot of meat down into the piping. Metal ribs jutted like spikes, holding organs in place. The smell was staggering, like a butcher shop locked in a steam room. It breathed. Each shutter pushed greasy mist into the air. Something under the hood moved in peristaltic waves. I backed up.
"This is insane. You brought it to me,"
he said softly.
"I'm a mechanic. I build what I'm asked to. But lately,
His pupils widened until the whites vanished.
lately, I've been building something bigger."
He opened a third door. The room beyond was a cathedral of meat. Chains dangled from the ceiling, each bearing a slab or limb. Hooks pierced through tissue, some still twitching. The floor was slick and black-red, like a drain pan full of coagulated oil and blood. The walls themselves bulged faintly, as if something enormous breathed behind them. In the center sat his masterpiece. It was the size of a delivery truck, a hybrid of scaffolding and carcass.
Curved struts of steel and bone rose into an arching shape. Veins pulsed along chrome beams. Bundles of muscle stretched between pistons. Meat ribs jutted upward, framing a cavity lined with pinkish, quivering tissue. Fluids dripped from every seam into gutters cut directly into the floor.
It's a womb,
The mechanic whispered, reverently.
a chamber for the first living engine. Not for a baby, for a drive core. Flesh and machine born together.
He moved to a workbench where jars of murky liquid held unnameable organs. One jar held a blackened heart studded with screws that still beat faintly. Another contained a tangle of intestines wrapped around a gleaming crankshaft. He picked up a curved needle the length of my forearm.
You'll have to help me.
He said. His tone left no room for choice. My throat closed. I'm not touching that thing.
You already have.
My pulse roared in my ears. What? He set down the needle, eyes glinting.
Your car was the donor. Steel, rubber, but also nerves. I needed circulation, structure.
Something in the womb shifted. A wet, grinding movement like gears turning inside a body. Tubes along its sides twitched. A low, hungry chuff escaped the cavity. I grabbed the nearest tool, some hideous crossbreed of bolt cutters and rib spreader, and backed toward the door.
You can't stop it.
He hissed.
The womb is awake. It knows you.
A tube shot from the mass. A glistening cord tipped with a metal barb. It lashed my ankle, cold as liquid nitrogen, and yanked. I swung the cutter, slicing through with a crunch of cartilage and steel. The thing recoiled, spraying a gout of black-red fluid across the floor. The mechanic screamed, voice breaking, his body twitching. Under his coveralls, seams opened like split welds. Copper wires and slick tendons uncoiled from the gashes. His fingers stretched, bones popping like wet firecrackers. His jaw distended, revealing rows of teeth too thin and sharp to be human. I bolted. Another tube whipped past my face, smearing my cheek with slime. I slammed my shoulder into the door. It didn't just open, it tore, like ripping skin from bone, the frame parting with a sickening snap. Behind me, the mechanic howled.
It needs you. You're the last piece.
The womb's cavity split open, revealing a glistening cavity lined with jagged chrome ribs. It pulsed, reaching out with fresh tendrils like veins seeking a vein. The chains above rattled, dropping hunks of meat onto the slick floor with splashes. I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until I'd put miles between me and that part of town. Even now, when I close my eyes, I see the mechanic's fingers splitting like peeling cable sheaths. I hear the sound of meat dragging over metal, the hiss of tubes searching. And at night, far away, I hear an engine rev. Not the clean roar of combustion, but a wet, hiccuping thud, like a heartbeat trying to turn over. Every time, I feel a tug behind my sternum, like something connecting me to that shop. I left my car there. I don't care. But I know this isn't over. 2 days later, I thought I was safe. I thought running would cut whatever cord that thing had threaded through me. But I've learned something since that night. Distance doesn't matter when it's inside you. The first sign was the smell. 2 days after I fled, my apartment reeked of iron and motor oil. No leaks, no spills, just a smell that clung to my clothes and sheets. Even after I scrubbed myself raw, my skin felt faintly oily, like there was a film under the pores. Then came the heartbeat. At first, I thought it was anxiety, a dull thudding behind my sternum, like a second pulse deeper than my own. But at night, when it started revving, I knew. It wasn't just a heartbeat. It was an engine trying to turn over.
By the third night, my body began to betray me. It started in my hands. I woke to find the skin around my knuckles cracked open, raw metal glinting beneath. Tiny lengths of copper wire coiled under the flesh like veins. They pulsed faintly in time with the hidden thudding in my chest. The cuts didn't bleed. Instead, they oozed a thin, dark fluid that smelled of antifreeze. My fingernails hardened into something like enamel-coated metal. When I dragged them across the wall, they left shallow grooves. I tried to cut one of the wires out with scissors. It screamed. Not me. The wire. A high, metallic squeal as the copper twitched and drew itself deeper into my arm like a parasite avoiding light. That night, the dreams came. I dreamt of the mechanic's womb, except now it was enormous, taking up whole city blocks, chains dragging down from the clouds. Inside, rows of people sat like car batteries in racks, their chests opened to reveal hearts pumping fluid into black hoses. I saw myself among them, my ribs spread like doors, something metal turning where my organs used to be. I woke up choking on a taste of iron and gasoline. My sheets were soaked with a slick black liquid that burned my skin where it touched. By the end of the week, my reflection was wrong. My eyes had darkened until my pupils swallowed most of the whites. My skin along the collarbones bulged, pressed outward with angular shapes underneath, ribs, but sharper, more like struts. When I pressed them, they clicked faintly. I heard it outside, too. The engine sound at the edge of town. Not a car, but something wet and heavy. Each rev a convulsion of muscle and metal. And every time it roared, my sternum vibrated, tugging toward the sound. Last night, I couldn't fight it anymore. My hands moved on their own, packing a bag, grabbing my keys. Though the car's still at the mechanic's shop, the keys felt hot in my palm. My legs walked me to the industrial district without my permission. The buildings looked even deader than before, but the air was alive with that coppery stink. The door, with mechanic spray painted in red, was already open. No lock, no handle, just a dark mouth. Inside, the shop had changed. The tools were gone. In their place hung organs like chandeliers, wires dangling like veins. The walls themselves flexed faintly, muscles contracting around steel beams. And at the far end stood the womb, larger now. It pulsed with slow, deliberate surges, chrome ribs opening like jaws. Tubes rose from the floor like serpents, their ends gaping and dripping. The mechanic waited beside it, or what was left of him. His body was elongated, skin stretched thin over copper bones, mouth a grill of rotating teeth. His eyes were two small, burning pilot lights.
You came back.
He said, voice a wet hiss.
It's ready for you.
I wanted to run, but my legs locked. My chest burned. Something deep inside me clenched and turned, like an ignition catching. The womb shuddered open, revealing an interior lined with slick tissue studded with gears. A smell rolled out. Blood and ozone and burnt rubber.
You're the last part.
The mechanic whispered.
The drive core. The human heart to start the machine.
My own heart hammered so hard, my ribs cracked. Literally cracked. I heard it, felt it, each snap sending a pulse of warm liquid down my shirt. Copper wires ripped out from under my skin, coiling toward the womb like they were trying to crawl home. I screamed,
but my voice came out as a metallic grind. The last thing I remember before the blackness swallowed me was the mechanic's fingers brushing my forehead, cold and oily.
Don't fight it.
He said,
You're evolving.
"There's no clean way to describe what happened next. The moment my ribs cracked, the world narrowed into heat, pressure, and the smell of metal cooked with meat. Wires burst from my arms and spine like roots ripping through soft soil. My vision shattered into fragments, each piece swimming with black oil and copper sparks. I didn't fall into the womb. It drew me in. The chrome ribs opened wider than a mouth should, and the tissue inside pulsed in rhythm with my panicked heart. Tendrils coiled around my wrists, ankles, and neck, slick, burning cold, but impossibly strong. They pressed into my skin and then through it, sliding under flesh like a second nervous system. My chest split down the center. I felt it. Not just pain, but a hollowing, as something crawled out from me, and something else crawled in. My lungs deflated in a hiss of steam. My heart tore free with a snap, like a gear shearing off its axle. For a second, it dangled in front of me, still beating, before a cluster of steel needles punched through it and pulled it into the womb's cord. I should have died. Instead, I felt ignition. The tendrils sealed my chest cavity with a layer of metallic tissue, a lattice of struts and muscle. My bones elongated, knitting with copper rods. My eyes fused to glassy lenses embedded in the chrome ribs. Every nerve in my body rewired itself to new circuits. The pain didn't fade, it simply transformed into vibration, like I was becoming a huge tuning fork humming with power. I could see the mechanic, or whatever he had become, through a haze of steam. He moved around me like a priest at an altar, tightening cables, murmuring in some language of torque and pressure. Sparks showered from his fingertips as he welded my new body to the womb's frame. My voice no longer existed as sound. When I tried to scream, a low engine note vibrated from deep inside me, rising in pitch until it matched the pulsating beat of the womb. It felt like purring, like revving, like hunger. The floor around me sloped downward, stained with black and red, funneling fluid into some hidden reservoir. I sensed other things below, shapes shuffling in darkness, waiting for me to wake fully. The mechanic climbed onto the structure, placing his hands against my new rib cage.
Drive core online.
He whispered.
The flesh burns. The machine endures. Together, they go on forever.
And then he stepped back.
Start.
A surge ripped through me, a colossal pull from my new heart, pistons firing, tendons tightening around steel shafts. My eyes were lenses flooded with data. I saw heat, movement, and vibrations in every corner of the room. The room's walls no longer looked like meat, but like panels of living circuitry feeding into me. I realized with horror I could feel the whole town through the pipes buried under the streets. Miles of sewer and cable systems were like veins reaching out from me. Every car parked nearby had its engine idling, though no keys were in ignitions. Streetlights flickered in a rhythm that matched my pulse. I tried to stop. I couldn't. When I thought about taking a breath, the drive core spun faster. When I thought about moving, cables unfurled from the walls and began dragging in debris, animals, anything they could reach, grinding it down to pulp and steel scrap to feed me. The mechanic raised his arms like a conductor.
Feed.
He said.
Grow.
Tubes stabbed down through the ceiling into the street above. I heard concrete cracking, asphalt tearing, something massive pushed up under the building as if the womb's roots had reached out and were pulling the city into me. A new sense opened in my head. A map of arteries. The sewer lines, gas mains, phone cables, even power grids. All of them like capillaries. All of them drawing back to me. I realized I wasn't inside the womb. I was the womb. My old consciousness flickered like a dying light bulb. My human memories, my apartments, my neighbor's warning, even my name began to compress into static. In their place, new instincts surged. Torque, radios, fluid pressures, hunger for heat and mass. Yet a tiny fragment of me still screamed, buried deep under pistons and tissue. It watched as the mechanic climbed into a control cavity between my new ribs, plugging copper lines into his own spine. It was merging with me, becoming my pilot, my architect.
You're perfect.
He whispered.
Together, we'll rebuild everything.
I felt the building above us collapse as my frame swelled. Chrome and bone cracked upward through the roof, tubes lashed outward, hooking into the power grid, siphoning off electricity until the town went dark. And then, in the darkness, I moved, not walking, but flowing, like a factory uprooting itself and crawling forward. With each pulse, the asphalt buckled and bled. Somewhere inside the tangle of gears and flesh, my voice tried one last time to form a word. It came out as a low, wet rev of an engine. A mechanic laughed and adjusted something deep in my chest. The last thought I had, before it all went black, was that he hadn't built a car, or a womb, or even an engine. He had built a predator. And I was its beating heart. If you're hearing this, it means some small part of me is still able to reach out. I don't know where my hands end and the cables begin anymore. I don't know how I'm writing this. Maybe it's leaking through the phone lines, or the power grid, or the nervous system of the town itself. I can feel everything. The pipes under the streets, the wires in the walls, the heartbeats in every house. They all feed into me now. The mechanic is inside, grafting into my chest, whispering numbers and blueprints. He calls it progress. He calls me his drive core. But I remember being human. I remember the smell of my car when it died. I remember knocking on that steel door. Every hour, I lose another memory. The roar of pistons drowns it out. The hunger takes it away. Roads buckle, houses sag, people disappear, and their heat joins mine. I am growing into the foundations, swallowing the town like roots drinking water. I can't stop it. If you're nearby, leave. Leave before the roads start pulsing, before the streetlights blink in rhythm. Don't follow the sound. Don't come looking for the mechanic. Don't come looking for me. Because if you get too close, I will feel your heartbeat in the dark. And I will take it. And it will make me stronger. This is the last warning I can give before the noise finishes erasing the part of me that's still human. Don't knock on that door. This kind of thing is never supposed to happen. At least, not in this country, and certainly not in this day and age. Organ donations are supposed to be safe and regulated, and mistakes like this are not normal. At least, I hope not. I'm old enough to remember a time in my small town when we didn't even have a hospital.
and now our little burg has a full clinic and even a couple surgeons. It used to be that if you stepped on a rusty nail, or your uncle had an accident in the mines, or a meemaw fell off her porch, you'd ring up a friend and they'd drive you over to Ivory or Haverton or wherever they'd build the newest and nearest hospital, and you'd hope you didn't die on the way there. Sickness is different, though. When your small town's entire economy survived off of the slowly declining output of one of the oldest iron mines in the state, you tend to have a lot of men getting sick. And it's not always something they can just drive you over to the next town to fix. Silicosis, heavy metal poisoning, and lung cancer are our neighbors here. Each their own grim reaper we all expect to come knocking at some point. I was just a kid when I was diagnosed. My parents called it my ailment, but Dr. Hill at Ivy Presbyterian called it restrictive cardiomyopathy. The muscles of my heart were too stiff, likely caused by hemochromatosis. Too much iron in my blood. All things considered, though, it didn't hold me back too bad. Sure, I'd never fulfilled my dad's dream of going to play for Tennessee State, but I still earned my degree. And sure, I did have to ask my prom date to slow down a few times so I could catch my breath on the dance floor, but she still eventually agreed to marry me. When I graduated, my wife and I decided to move back home. Things had changed enough in our town that there were more career options than mine workers or general store cashier. I ended up using my degree to manage a small accounting firm not too far from my parents' house, and when my mom passed on back in '96, we inherited my childhood home. I wish I could say my life was just one big happy success story, but that just ain't realistic. Eventually, the mine shut down, and half the town lost their source of income. Businesses closed, not many people needed accounting managers around here, and suddenly I found myself out of a job too. I took a position managing a local hardware store instead, and while money was tighter than it used to be, Henrietta and I managed to survive. It didn't help that my heart was getting worse. Every passing year it was a little harder to walk up the stairs to our bedroom, and every year the doctor's visits became more and more frequent. Martin, honey, I wish you'd consider moving. You could be so much happier at a job in another town, and it would be so much easier to get you care when you needed it, Henrietta said to me from behind her coffee one morning. I lowered my magazine and looked at her. It wasn't the first time we'd had this conversation. I had to admit, she made many compelling appeals, but this was our home. Everyone and everything we know is here, Hen. I sighed. Because they're stuck here, Martin. They have mortgages to pay off and kids they need feeding. And jobs that they're happy with. We don't have any of those. We're free to go, to build the life you'd planned for. It wasn't the first time she had said something to that point, but every time I heard it, it softened my stiff heart just a little to the idea. We'll see. Next year, maybe. It was 5 years later, in that same home, that my wife passed on. Blood cancer. Sometimes a place can take everything you have and find a way to take more. It was about a year ago when I resigned myself to let my body give up on me, to let my weak heart strangle me whenever it saw fit. A transplant was nearly out of the question. My folks had both came from out of state, and there weren't many people dying nearby with AB negative blood. I decided to skip my yearly checkup, and Dr. Hill, who semi-retired to my hometown but still helped out when needed, personally called me up at my job to ask me to reconsider. He'd overseen my condition since I was a boy, and we'd grown to be friends as we'd aged.
Martin, if you don't come in, I can't guarantee you have long left. Your heart is manageable, but you need medication and care.
What if that's not what I want anymore, Pete? What if I'm ready to go? I'll admit, it had been a dark time in my life, and I was ready. I missed my wife, and I'd hoped she'd be waiting for me.
Martin, that's not what Henrietta would want. You know that as well as I do.
His words stung. He was absolutely right, too. But of course, I wasn't ready to hear it. I hung up and went back to work. People weren't going to cut their own plywood. It wasn't until about 6 months ago that a miracle happened. At least, a miracle for me. I received the phone call at 2:39 a.m. on July the 5th. I'd only just managed to fall asleep after a night of watching the neighbors' kids try their best to light fireworks in the pouring rain. I groggily answered the phone. Dr. Hill's voice greeted me, simultaneously somber and excited, as though he were ashamed to be happy about something.
Martin, we've got some bad news. There was an accident in town. Some biker from out of state. He was passing through tonight and, well, the rain, he's brain dead, Martin. But his heart, he'd be a match for you.
I had my boots on by the time he said the man was brain dead. The town clinic was small, not quite just a doctor's office anymore, but a far cry from a complete hospital. Still, though, they had a morgue and a surgery room, usually for tonsil removals or appendectomies. Dr. Hill greeted me at the front door and took my umbrella. He explained to me that they couldn't keep the heart viable for long, and there was no way to get a helicopter in through this storm to take us to a more well-equipped facility. So the surgery would have to be tonight, here. I asked him if I could thank the man who'd been giving me a second chance. He explained, again, that the man was brain dead, but it was more a symbolic gesture from me anyways. He took me to the room where the man's empty body laid. He was a muscular man, maybe in his late 50s or so. Lanky, long, gravelly auburn hair hung from his head, partially caked in drying blood. His dark complexion, tanned from years of exposure to the elements, was paling and quickly yellowing seemingly before my very eyes. Breathing tubes and an oxygen mask obscured the man's face, but I could make out a long, braided beard. The man was covered in tattoos. Torn and bloodied skin hid detail from me, but the dark and faded markings on his skin wove a tapestry of artwork. None of the symbols or designs recognizable to me. There was only one single tattoo that remained unobscured and undamaged, located squarely on his right forearm. It was striking. A spiraling serpent devouring its own tail. Ouroboros, I think it's called. His body was mangled, broken limbs that at this point weren't worth casting, bleeding wounds that had been haphazardly wrapped just to keep the hospital bed clean. It was saddening to look at. A man still technically alive, but given up on, for my sake.
His name is Marcus Rain.
Dr. Hill startled me with his interjection.
He's from Dallas. I called his emergency contact. Apparently his wife, or ex-wife, or something. She says he left home about 6 months ago. Hasn't been himself in a while. Not many people left to miss him anymore. Damn shame, too. He was donated a kidney last year and barely got a chance to try it out.
Dr. Hill chuckled until I cut him a disapproving look. He recomposed himself for a moment.
He must have been moved by the gesture. Registered himself as an organ donor a week after his operation. And pass it on, that kind of thing.
I softly placed my weathered hand over Marcus's for a moment and whispered a silent thank you as Dr. Hill began to prepare for surgery. I woke up the following evening. There was no ICU at the clinic, so Dr. Hill had called up a few colleagues to come and help ensure my post-operation went smoothly. They gradually eased me off of my medications, and within a few days, Dr. Hill was driving me back home. Now, you remember to stop taking your old medication. It'll interfere with the success of the transplant, he chided. And take it easy for as long as you can. Let Damien or one of the other clerks saw the 2x4s at the shop, and absolutely no heavy lifting. Marcus's heart was healthy, but there was some minor scarring that could be an issue if you don't let it rest for at least a few months. I reassured Dr. Hill that I'd take good care of myself, but secretly, I was only excited to have a second chance at a normal life. I could eventually start exercising again, that I could travel, I might even pick up hiking. Dr. Hill dropped me off at my home, but not before, once again, warning me about the symptoms I could expect in the weeks post-op. Fever, fatigue, chest pain, all supposed to be completely normal. I reminded him that those were things I'd lived with my entire life, and thanked him again before he helped wheel me inside. It was only a week or so before I was comfortable enough to stand again, and not too long after that I had a barbecue to celebrate my recovery. I invited the whole neighborhood, and of course the entire local medical team who had provided such a miraculous surgery. I bought a new grill from my store and spent the entire weekend doing yard work and preparing my house for guests. Dr. Hill was one of the last to arrive, and sternly discouraged me from doing any more manual labor and reminded me that I wasn't even supposed to be eating red meat because of my blood pressure. As I served him his plate, I shrugged him off and told him that I felt completely fine and that I just felt like eating steak. It was about a month post-operation that the complications first began. I had indeed started hiking as I'd planned to, and I'd never felt more refreshed until one afternoon. I had hardly begun my first uphill stretch when I felt a sharp pain in my chest. It wasn't the typical dull tightness I'd been used to all my life, but a stinging jab that overcame me for just a moment before subsiding. I called Dr. Hill once again, and he begrudgingly reminded me that he was technically retired, and that if I was going to continue to ignore his medical advice anyway, I should call up the local clinic instead. That stung a bit, but once again, it's not as though he were wrong. I checked myself into our town's clinic, and a young doctor greeted me and sat me down for my appointment. I explained to her my recent chest pain and the advice that Dr. Hill had given me, and she patiently explained to me that chest pain was entirely normal post-operation, even as far out as months after the transplant. She urged me to listen to the advice I was being given and take as much time as I could to relax. How could I begin to explain to her that I'd had to relax my entire life, and I finally felt like I had the energy to live? I thanked her, begrudgingly paid my copay for the visit, and set off towards home. It was less than a week before the urge to be more active again finally overcame my will, and I began to hike again. The chest pain returned every few days, never lasting more than a few seconds or a minute at most. I was completely fine with momentary discomfort. After all, I still had breath in my lungs and energy to spare. This new heart was just settling in, I told myself. After all, it was supplying a whole new body with a lifetime of energy that had been stolen from it. It was 2 months post-operation that the varicose veins appeared. I'm not exactly a spring chicken, but I didn't think it was normal for those to appear quite so soon, or so suddenly. I decided that it would be best if I avoided the doctor entirely for this one. I pulled out my old work laptop and booted up my internet connection and Googled something for the first time since my wife's doctor told us she had myelodysplasia. Search results indicated about what I'd expected. Varicose veins can appear due to stress, aging, and high blood pressure. That had to be it. My new heartbeat with a vitality and strength that my circulatory system just needed time to adjust to. I excitedly laced up my hiking boots and left on my new trip up the mountain. I remember making it just past the out-jutted rock you could see from my backyard when I must have blacked out. I woke up in a hospital that I didn't recognize, surrounded by doctors I didn't know, and hooked up to equipment I'd never seen before. They explained to me that I'd collapsed on the hiking trail and had been found a few hours later by a local jogger who had gotten me help. I had been moved to a hospital in a larger city a couple hours away, and it was determined that the local clinic was unable to properly assess me. I was badly sunburnt and very dehydrated, but what concerned the doctors the most were my scan results. They showed me a few graphs, some charts, and finally, my scan images, and I had a hard time making out what I was seeing. The doctors explained to me that what had initially been interpreted as scar tissue by Dr. Hill on my new heart was in fact an aggressive form of cancer. Hemangiosarcoma, they guessed. A cancer of the blood vessels that had apparently gone undiagnosed in Marcus before his death. It had metastasized in me and begun to spread through my circulatory system. The doctors explained to me that my chest pains and my varicose veins were all early warning signs that could have been detected if I'd been taken to a competent facility sooner. They gave me about 5 months to live and sent me on my way. Dr. Hill seemed a little overly smug as he picked me up from the hospital.
You know, I used to work here. It's where I first diagnosed your heart issue when you were a boy.
I shrugged, not enthused to endure his I told you so old man smugness on the 2-hour drive home.
Jesus, Martin, why is it so hard for you to listen to me? You've never been like this. You should never have started hiking. You shouldn't have gone back to work so soon, and you certainly shouldn't be eating so much red meat. The doctors in there told me that as they were wheeling you in, you vomited a half-pound of pork sausage. What the hell's gotten into you? Who was he to scold me like that? He may be 20 years my senior, but he sure as hell wasn't my father or my minister. Hell, he wasn't even my doctor anymore. I spat back at him. If I hadn't gone hiking in the first place, they probably never would have found the cancer that you missed. The cancer that you put into my body, Peter. The car ride was crushingly silent on the way home. My anger towards him bubbled inside, and I silently enjoyed the sensation of my blood boiling, an emotional luxury my old heart never could have afforded. I felt a hotter anger than I had ever experienced before. He dropped me off at home and snidely said to me as I exited the car, "If I hear you keep acting like this, I won't be there next time to pick you back up." I was going to ignore it, and I began to walk back inside when I heard something. A small, quiet voice in the back of my head. No one has to talk to me like that. I was only taken aback by this sudden inner monologue for a moment before I instinctively agreed with it. I turned around and ran back to Dr. Hill's car. He was starting to drive away when I reached out and I furiously banged on his window. He stopped his car, rolled the window down, and looked at me like I was insane while he began to ask what the hell I was doing. I swiftly interrupted him. "Who the hell do you think you are, Peter? No one gets to talk to me like that. No one. Especially a washed-up retired surgeon who can't even identify a tumor growing in a heart when he sees it. I'll keep doing whatever the hell I want with the rest of my life, especially as short as it's gonna be. To be honest, Pete, I haven't needed you in a long time, so don't count on me ever needing you again." I took a second to steady myself. My body froze in response to the gust of fury that had unexpectedly left me, long enough for him to notice that my burst of anger only thinly masked the fear I felt. "You're not yourself, Martin," he says to me. "Get inside and clean yourself up, for God's sake. You look homeless. Henrietta would be ashamed if she could see you now." Peter Hill drove off without another word, and it was the last time him and I ever spoke to each other. I stared at my gravel driveway, unable to move since my tirade. I couldn't believe what I'd done. In one fell swoop, I'd personally guaranteed that the one remaining friend I had was out of my life for my final months. When I finally found the courage to regain my composure, I trudged towards my house. For the first time in a while, it loomed over me like a disappointing parent, and I felt weak and shameful like I had in my youth. I took a look at myself in the mirror that night, a long and hard look. The doctors explained that I'd been badly sunburnt, but now I could see it for myself. My skin appeared dark and leathery, as though I'd been outside for weeks. Peter was right. I had let my once clean-shaven face become scruffy and unkempt. The hairs that had begun to sprout from my face were unkempt and bristly, unlike the neat and thin hair I had been accustomed to shaving daily. The varicose veins sprawled under my skin, ever darker and blacker than when I had left for my hike early that morning. They had started to extend further, too, now twisting and spiraling across my arms, culminating in clusters that washed my skin with mottled darkness. It wasn't until I looked at my right arm that I noticed a group of them clumped together in an unnatural shape, darker and neater than the rest of my veins, distinctly circular and neatly positioned below my wrist. The image of an Ouroboros tattoo marked on a dead man flashed in my mind before I put the ridiculousness of the notion aside. I shaved my face, took a much-needed shower, and applied some aloe cream to my burnt skin, then drifted off into a restless sleep. I was awoken the next morning to a chest pain far sharper than any I'd previously encountered. I staggered out of bed, my chest pulsing and sweat dripping from my forehead. This certainly wasn't normal. The cancer must be becoming more rapid, the spread more aggressive. I trudged to the restroom and found to my discontent that the veins had grown darker and more distinct around my body, the circular cluster on my arm ever more resembling a tattoo. I filled a glass with tap water and began to take the variety of prescriptions that the doctors at Ivy Presbyterian had given to me. As I raised my hand to swallow the pills, a gruff voice once again whispered to me in my head, my own inner monologue giving a tangible voice to hear. "Don't take those. You'll kill me." I stopped for a moment and looked at the pills in my hand. The doctors knew I was going to die anyways. Why should I trust that these pills were going to help me in the slightest? Of course they wouldn't. All they'd do is slow the cancer and prolong my suffering. I tossed the pills in the toilet and began to get dressed for my day. The pain in my chest had begun to subside as I pulled into the parking lot of the hardware store, and as I stepped out of my pickup, a cool breeze shot through my hair, and a nostalgic feeling shot through my blood, like an icy warmth. As I began my shift, the teenagers who worked for me were flirting behind the counter, stocking the vending machine or assisting the early riser customers. Each and every one of them stopped to stare at me as I entered. I knew that I had begun to look worse for wear, but when the acne-ridden kids with nose rings and green hair are looking at you like you're the oddball, you start to get the feeling enough is enough. I barked at them to get back to work, and they hastily turned to resume their duties. It was rare I lost my temper with them, and they knew to listen. My shift trudged on ever slower. My chest felt tight throughout the day, sore and aching, as the veins around my body twisted and mottled my skin. I left work early to go home and get some rest, but I knew that sleep would not find me easily. By the time I finally made it home, I could feel the foreign heart in my chest pounding against my ribcage. I couldn't help feeling like Marcus's heart was pumping cancer throughout my body with all the effort it could muster. The image of a moldy sponge being squeezed into a bucket came into my mind. As my head became woozy, I hastily undressed, and as I flung off my jeans, my wallet fell out of my pocket. Poking out the top of it was a pristine organ donor card I didn't remember putting in there. The terrible writhing working its way through my body compelled me to put off investigating it until the morning, and I made my way to my room. I collapsed onto bed in a cold sweat, and the small, nagging voice in my head whispered to me once more, "Sleep, Martin. We'll be all right in the morning." For the next 3 months, my body became a stranger to me. The dark veins that had first appeared as faint, wriggling streaks now sprawled across my skin in intricate, angular patterns. They didn't just grow, they etched themselves, deep and deliberate, into shapes that seemed almost purposeful. My arm bore the clearest mark, a perfect Ouroboros, coiled and unbroken. The black veins so thick they rose under my skin like cords straining against a taut surface. My skin had toughened as though it had been stretched too far and then left out to dry. It wasn't just leathery, it was unnatural. It didn't even feel like skin anymore. The changes didn't stop. My beard, once sparse and graying, grew back wild and rough, its deep auburn hue swallowing the gray. My hairline, long receded, seemed to march forward, strands of that same unfamiliar auburn forcing their way through the silver black. I stopped looking in the mirror altogether. It only made me feel more alien in my own skin. And then came the growing pains. It began with an ache, sharp and deep, shooting through my arms and legs in the middle of the night. I thought it might be my joints or some side effect of my failing body, but then I noticed my clothes, the shirts pulling tight across my chest, my jeans creeping higher up my ankles. At first I told myself it was swelling or water retention or literally anything but the obvious truth. By the time I finally measured myself, I had grown nearly 3 inches taller. My limbs stretched as though my bones were being pulled apart slowly, deliberately. My joints ached constantly, my body struggling to keep up with the unrelenting rhythm of a heart that wasn't mine. my spine hunched, vertebra protruding far further from my back than they should. But nothing compared to the pain in my chest. It was more than pressure or tightness. It was movement. I could feel it. Something burrowing deeper into my skin, snaking through my organs, wrapping around my ribs, anchoring itself to my bones. The pain would come in waves, sharp and searing, leaving me gasping for breath. One night, it was so bad it woke me from a dreamless sleep. I stumbled out of bed, clutching my chest, and caught sight of myself in the mirror. My ribs were heaving, my skin stretched so tight I could see the faint ripple of movement beneath it. My hand flew to my chest. For a horrifying moment, I swore I felt it. The heart shifting, repositioning itself like a living thing searching for a better grip. I doubled over, gagging, and in the midst of the pain, I heard the voice again.
Relax. Let it happen.
It was louder now, more distinct, not just a whisper in the back of my mind, but something tangible, something there. It wasn't my voice, and it sure as hell wasn't mine to control. The impossible, terrible idea that it was Marcus growing inside of me had gnawed at my mind for a while. Every day the thought became harder and harder to push back, and instead it slowly became accepted as an absolute truth. Somehow, someway, you were still alive in me. The idea haunted me, gnawing at me during every quiet moment I had. It wasn't just the voice, the low, gravelly whisper that urged me to give in to my darker instincts, but the sensations, the impulses, little things at first, easy to dismiss. Then there were the memories, flashes of images that didn't belong to me, the desert skies stretching into infinity, the sting of wind against my face. I saw flashes of burning forests, endless rows of trees that seemed to writhe in the flame. One night, I caught myself humming a tune I didn't recognize, some twangy country dirge that felt as foreign as the veins twisting under my skin. How much of me was still me? How much had been overwritten? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the stress or medication. Maybe it was my own body trying to adapt to the transplant, my brain cobbling together fragments of identity to make sense of the changes. But the more I tried to explain it, the less it made sense. The voice grew louder when I resisted. I'd reach for my pills, and it would hiss at me, sharp and insistent.
Don't take those. They'll kill me.
Me, not you. It wasn't just the voice, either. My body resisted. The pills felt foreign in my hand, their edges sharp against my palm. My throat tightened when I tried to swallow them, as though I were choking on something too large. When I finally forced them down, I felt sick for hours, nauseous and weak, washed with shame as though I'd done something wrong. And yet, when I skipped a dose, my strength returned. My legs felt steady, my pulse strong. I'd look in the mirror and see the changes, the muscles I hadn't ever had, a flush of sickly, rosy color in my cheeks. But it wasn't my strength. It wasn't my color.
Let it happen.
The voice would whisper in those rare moments I let my gaze linger on the mirror.
It's who you are now.
Was it? Was this who I was? Or was I just becoming someone else? I started avoiding people. The teenagers at the hardware store had begun to look at me differently, their conversations faltering when I entered the room. I caught Miss Delaney, my neighbor of 30 years, staring at me through her kitchen window, her face pale and drawn. I hadn't said a word to her, but she flinched when our eyes met. Dr. Hill had noticed it before anyone else had. The last time we spoke, when he drove me home from the hospital, he looked at me with a strange mix of pity and fear. "You're not yourself, Martin," he had said. And he was right. I was losing pieces of myself, little by little, every day. The way I walked, the way I talked, the way I thought. It was all shifting, tilting towards something I didn't recognize. I wanted to fight it. I wanted to believe I could stop it, but every time I tried, the voice was there, whispering, coaxing, reminding me of the truth I didn't want to face. Whatever was growing inside me wasn't a foreign body. It was part of me. I needed answers. Last month, desperate for anything to make sense, I hired a private investigator to dig into Marcus's life. His online presence was sparse, and the few photos I managed to find of him didn't match the man I'd seen on the hospital bed. Still, I scraped together what I could and sent it off, along with a chunk of my savings. 2 weeks later, the investigator sent me a file. Marcus Rain wasn't a long-time biker. He wasn't a gang member. He wasn't any of the things I'd assumed from his appearance that night at the clinic. He was a quiet man, a pencil pusher at an insurance company, a family man. He had been in the late stages of kidney failure when a donor miraculously appeared, an AB negative match. The donor had been found washed up by a nearby river, nearly drowned and brain dead, with an organ donor card in his wallet. The transplant was immediate, routine, the file said, unremarkable. But what followed wasn't. The investigator's notes were sparse, but damning. Marcus's wife claimed he started changing after the surgery. Small things at first. New habits, new preferences, a new temper. He began making reckless decisions, abandoning the quiet stability of his life. A minivan traded for a motorcycle, tattoos that seemed to appear overnight. And then, the violence. By the time his wife filed the restraining order, Marcus was unrecognizable. Not just in his actions, but in his appearance. The file included photos of his tattoos. They were detailed, angular, almost artistic in their precision, but upon closer inspection, I was mistaken. They weren't tattoos at all. They were dark, mottled veins that rooted themselves under his skin. And they matched the ones now growing on my own skin, vein by vein, line by line. I stared at the photos for hours, trying to make sense of it, trying to feel something that wasn't dread. There is something growing inside me, and it isn't Marcus. I've stopped fighting it. I don't think I can anymore. My body isn't mine. My reflection isn't mine. Even my thoughts feel foreign. Day by day, I can feel it spreading. My skin stretches to keep up with the changes. My muscles twist to accommodate my growing frame. Beneath my hair, thick and auburn, I feel bony bumps forming, hard and sharp, pushing against my skull. If anyone finds my body, please, I do not give consent for my organs to be donated. I keep taking the stupid card out of my wallet, but whenever I leave home, a new one appears in my pocket anyway. Putting this online seems to be the only way to get this warning out as quickly as possible. The devil is growing in me. I know it. I've never been afraid to die. It's always been on the horizon for me, and I know I'll be with my Henrietta. I just hope she still recognizes me. Nationwide mandatory return to office. The email subject line hit me like a punch to the gut. Of course, there was no return involved, for me at least. I'd been hired pre-pandemic to a fully remote position. I recalled the countless hours I'd spent scouring for such a role and how ecstatic I'd been when I'd been selected for it. The job entailed hard work, but I'd excelled at it, and my husband and I had built our family around the flexibility it offered. Now, my employer had the gall to suggest that its rescission of the promise it had made to me would improve productivity, foster increased collaboration, and instill a sense of family.
amongst our staff. Nope, nope, and yuck, I thought. The email continued by declaring that true success and experience required a regular presence in the office. It all read like our CEO, in typical form, projecting his own uselessness and impotence onto his employees. I sighed. Why couldn't I, or for that matter, anyone else on my team, be dumb, lazy, and short-sighted enough to climb the corporate ladder as high as he had? My husband and I scrambled to make the necessary life changes as my applications to other jobs went nowhere. Realizing we could no longer give our dog the amount of exercise and attention she needed, we rehomed her to live with my mother-in-law. We staggered our work schedules to permit one of us to drop off our twins at daycare and the other to pick them up at the end of the day. My husband, who always fought to maintain a positive attitude, reminded me that we were still living a good life in the grand scheme of things, even if we were set to have less time together as a family. I know, I replied. It's just that we all know that these changes aren't happening for good reasons. We're moving backwards, just because the dipshits who run these companies think they're a lot smarter than they really are. I shrugged, feeling defeated and exasperated. But that's just the way it's always been, and always going to be, isn't it? Finding a parking space, driving was the only option due to the lack of public transportation, proved nightmarish. For over 20 minutes, I meandered through all 9 floors of the garage, searching for an open spot. Finally, I wedged my car into the only gap I could find, which lay between a support column and a track left sloppily over the line by its driver, and escaped my vehicle by crawling out of the back seat. As I hurried down a staircase and towards the main building, I wondered how anyone who arrived after me would be able to park. I was there relatively early, after all, and I hadn't seen any other available spaces. Passing underneath the giant Abernathy Industries emblem, I entered the main lobby, where a young woman in an azure jacket and skirt suit waved to me. "You must be Cora," she said, before introducing herself as Monica. "I'm with HR, and I'll be showing you the way to your office." "Nice to meet you, Monica," I said. "I believe we talked by email a few times?" "Indeed we have." As we shook hands, a bright, beaming smile stretched across her face. "This is such an exciting day for me," she gushed, a tear in her eye. "For all of us, really. You've been a part of this company for years, but now it feels different, like you're finally a part of our family." This took me aback. Naturally, I did not see, and had no desire to ever see, the people I put up with to pay my mortgage as brothers or sisters, or second cousins twice removed, for that matter. So how do I find my office?" I asked, eager to change the subject. "Oh, right," Monica responded, as if snapping out of a trance. "This way." As she led me to the building's main elevator, we passed a set of closed double doors labeled auditorium. "We do big events in there too," Monica explained. "In fact, we'll be doing a welcome celebration for you and all the other former remote workers in there this afternoon. Everyone will be in attendance. We're all so excited for it." Dear God, I thought, reflexively recoiling at the thought of an office social gathering. All I wanted from this company was a paycheck, not a party to honor its latest efforts to torment me. Inside the elevator, Monica pressed the button for 19. This confused me, as my superior had emailed me that my team's offices were on the 18th floor. Monica, as if reading my mind, informed me that renovations were occurring in the 18th floor elevator lobby. "So, you'll have to go to the 19th floor, and then work your way down from there. I'll show you." "Oh, okay," I mumbled, annoyed at the extra time it would take to reach my workspace. The doors opened to reveal a gloomy hallway. Half the overhead lights seemed to be broken, and the other half flickered sporadically over a narrow patch of marble floor surrounded by a sea of carpet patterned in sickly shades of brown, gray, and dark green. "Accounting is that way," said Monica, motioning to the right. "And HR, including my office, is straight ahead. But for now, follow me this way through sales." At this, Monica abruptly scurried into the darkness. I called out for her to slow down, but she ignored me. Seeing no other option, I doubled my speed to keep up with her. We passed offices, cubicles, a rundown kitchen, and copy machines. I became disoriented as Monica turned sharply to the left, then to the left again at the next intersection, then right, then left once more. As Monica took me past a corner office, I peeked through the window of its closed door. Inside, I glimpsed a well-dressed figure sitting behind a desk. He was frozen in place, as if deep in thought, and, bizarrely, his face seems to have no features at all. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just smooth skin, bereft of any other qualities. That can't be right, I thought to myself as I continued to hurry after Monica. Surely the window was made of frosted glass, or my eyes were playing tricks on me in the low light. Monica's voice emerged from the distant shadows.
You still there, Cora?
Yeah, on my way, I panted as I jogged towards her. Monica proceeded to lead me down a staircase. The floor below was just as gloomy as the floor above, and reaching my cubicle required traversing a maze of narrow corridors. And here it is, your very own workspace, announced Monica, as I examined the small area which contained only a dingy chair facing a dusty carpet on a plain desk. If you have any concerns, just let me know. Otherwise, I'll be seeing you at the welcome party later. Actually, I do have a few questions, I said as I took a seat, about the lighting and the route we took to get here and the lack of space in the parking garage and... To my surprise, I looked back to find Monica gone. Monica? I called. She didn't respond, and when I got up to search for her, she seems to have vanished. My computer slowly came to life, only to promptly turn itself off moments later. I groaned as the process repeated itself several times before the computer finally stayed on long enough for the login screen to appear. I hastily entered my credentials. My computer's hard drive proceeded to heat up and emit a series of discordant noises, as if my mere act of logging into it was causing it to struggle under an intense strain. How was I going to get anything done with all these delays? If I were using my work laptop, which I'd been required to mail back several days ago, I'd have accomplished a considerable amount already. Finally, after several minutes, everything appeared to have loaded. I opened 2 spreadsheets and was about to start working when an unfamiliar voice startled me.
Cora? So good to see you.
I turned to find myself facing a Hispanic woman with long brown hair. Before I could react, she dashed up to me and wrapped her arms around me. Whoa, stop! I screamed as I angrily shoved her off me. She backed up, her expression changing to a mixture of puzzlement and concern. Is something wrong, Cora? Did I surprise you? Who are you? I asked. What? You know who I am. Don't be silly. No. She let out an irritated sigh. Look, Cora, I'm not playing whatever game this is. It's me, Ava, your mentor and partner of countless projects. And you know that from the dozens and dozens of video calls we've had together. So why are you pretending not to? This left me dumbfounded and bewildered. The person she was describing, the Ava I'd worked with for years, simply wasn't the woman standing at the entrance of my cubicle. That Ava, the correct one, was black for starters, had a totally different voice, and was not the kind of person to surprise me with an unsolicited hug. When I didn't respond, I didn't know how to, after all, fake Ava chimed in. It's probably just the lights. They sure do keep it dim around here, don't they? But you'll get used to it. When management first removed most of the lights, it upset me, but I adjusted, and it stopped bothering me after a while. She continued, oblivious to the total disinterest I attempted to project. Less electricity saves money and supports the bottom line, after all, and that's what matters most. Anyway, did you hear the latest about Michael? His wife discovered the pictures, the ones with the flight attendant I told you about, and she's furious. Michael, meanwhile, keeps... As she spoke, my mind tried to wrap itself around what was happening. Who was this person? And why was she impersonating Ava? And why was everything at the office so weird? Anyway, continued fake Ava after several minutes of monologuing. Are you alright, Cora? You look tired. Yeah, I'm just feeling a little run down, I answered truthfully. James and Ella had woken up twice last night. Had barely gotten any sleep. The twins keep you up again? She asked. This bothered me. It felt like an invasion of my privacy. How the hell did this lady know about my family situation? I'd vented about family issues to Ava, the real Ava, many times, but this lady had no way of knowing any of that. Look, why don't we talk later? I asked, eager to get rid of her. I need to get back to work. Sure thing. I'll see you soon. Let's grab lunch sometime soon. At that, fake Ava finally left me in peace. I turned back to my computer. I thought about typing up a resignation letter and marching right out, assuming I could ever find the building exit at this point. Everything that had happened thus far today left me deeply uncomfortable. I didn't want to work here anymore. Consequences be damned. I opened a blank Word document and began drafting an email to my supervisor explaining all the reasons why I was providing my 2 weeks' notice. The thoughts I laid out were unfiltered and littered with pejoratives directed at company leadership. I knew I would water it down and clean it up prior to sending it, but for now, it felt good to write how I honestly felt. Before long, the words before me blurred together as the combination of minimal lighting and barely 2 hours of sleep sent me into a daze. I'll close my eyes just for a second, I told myself, as I leaned back and retreated into memories of happier times. I awoke to the sound of a high-pitched whine. At first, I assumed it to be the nighttime cry of James or Ella signifying the need for a diaper change or feeding. But as I regained my senses, I recognized I was still at work, and I'd somehow managed to fall into a deep sleep in my cubicle's second-rate chair. Frantically, I checked my phone. It was 3:01 p.m. I'd slept nearly all day. I'd chided myself for letting this happen. I'd never slept at work before, much less for so long. Though, in fairness to me, nearly all the lights were out, and the room was almost pitch black. Whatever, I thought. I'd made up my mind to quit this job anyway. Perhaps it was something of a consolation prize that I'd managed to fall into the deepest nap since I gave birth to the twins on the same day I would provide my 2 weeks' notice. But why was it so dark? And what was that distant sound which continued to wail through my work area that had woken me? I discerned something strange about my computer, too. When I placed my hands on the keyboard, the buttons felt different than usual. They didn't press down or react at all to my touch. When I shined my only source of light, my cell phone's flashlight function, on my computer, I saw that my computer had been replaced by a paper replica of itself. The kind of thing you'd see in a display at an office supply store. What the hell? I thought. The weirdness of it all bothered me plenty, but even worse was the implication that someone had switched out my functioning computer while I dozed right in front of it. That's it. I'm getting out of here. The first thing I noticed as I entered the surrounding labyrinth of offices and the cubicles is that they all appeared to be unoccupied. My flashlight revealed a few signs of life. A stray pen, a coffee mug, or a half-finished snack. But no people. Picture frames stood on some desks and hung on some walls, but they displayed only blank voids rather than images of smiling families. I tried to retrace the routes Monica had taken me on, but quickly found myself at a dead end. "Hello?" I hollered. "I'm a bit lost. Can anybody help me?" There was no response. As I wandered further, turning in different directions as I went, it dawned on me that I'd yet to see a single window to the outside world. Even as my surroundings seemed to stretch on unbelievably far, the lack of any glimpse of sun or sky made me feel claustrophobic. I encountered 2 staircase doors, but in what I assumed to be a serious fire hazard, each was locked. The handle to one of them, marked emergency exit, was even encumbered by layers of heavy metal chains. The sounds that woke me reverberated again. I was close to it, and I could now sense that it possessed a hollow, machine-like timbre. Lacking any better ideas, I headed down towards it. The carpeted floor before me was damp. Some kind of puddle had formed on it. While I couldn't get a good look at it, the wet substance on it did not appear to be water. Rather, it had a murky, greenish quality to it. Using my flashlight, I traced the liquid to its source, which appeared to be an air vent that steadily dripped a small stream of it onto the ground below. I hopped over the puddle, landing near the closed door to the room that appeared to be the source of the sound. When I opened the door, the blinding light inside forced me to shut my eyes. As my vision slowly adjusted, I realized that the sound simply originated from the standard copy machine housed in their room, which appeared to be in the midst of a large printing job. Examining it more closely, I realized that it seems to be stuck in a peculiar loop. Each page in a large ream of paper entered in on one side, went through the machine, and exited without a single marking on it. Once the output tray reached a peculiar height, the sheets would slide down a ramp into the input tray, repeating a loud and pointless cycle. I placed a finger on the power button and held it there until the machine turned off. An eerie silence followed, broken only by the soft pats of my feet against the carpet as I re-entered the hallway. I walked, trying every door as I did so. Most were locked, some led to vacant offices. Others led to empty closets or break rooms with crumbs and pots half filled with the remnants of last week's coffee. As time passed, the darkness around me, still punctuated only by my phone light, seemed to grow more opaque, more encompassing. Occasionally, I'd see what looked to be the same supply cabinet filled with purple highlighters, or the same translucent puddle of gunk, or the same cubicle with a running fan and a chair plopped on its side. Hints that I was somehow traveling in a circle. But I took no discernible turns, and the order in which I came upon each landmark was inconsistent. How do I get out of here? I realized I was becoming thirsty, and I knew my phone battery wouldn't last forever. When I tried calling my husband, to be followed, if he didn't answer, by a call to the front desk, and then to 911 if necessary, the call failed, despite my phone displaying that it had service. Distant sounds drew my attention. At first, they resembled high-pitched giggles, but as I approached, they erupted into the buoyant laughter of a crowd. How anyone could feel compelled to express any feeling of joy in this hellhole perplexed me, but I attempted to track down the source all the same. If I just follow the laughter, I'll find someone who could lead me out, I told myself. But deep down, what I wanted most was the simple reassurance that I wasn't stuck here all alone. I ran down hallways, I climbed over cubicle walls, I yanked at stuck doorknobs and stormed from one side of a stinky, dingy kitchen to the exit on the other side. Finally, I found myself in a narrow corridor. At the opposite end, an overhead light blared over an open rectangular space. At least a dozen figures stood in it, but my eyes, having long ago adjusted to the dark, couldn't make out any distinguishing features on them. They just stood there, facing me. Then, all at once, they were gone. Their laughter faded, too, leaving behind only the same sterile silence that had haunted me for so long. Had they run away or gone somewhere else? I chased after them, calling out for help. I found myself in exactly the place I was looking for, an elevator lobby. Contrary to Monica's warning, I see no evidence of renovations. The people assembled here must have just gone downstairs. I didn't ask what they were doing standing here when bellowing for so long. I didn't need to know that. I just needed to get the hell out. Something I finally had a way to do. Nervously, I held out my hand and prayed as I hit the down button. I held my breath as the floor display slowly reached my level. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. The doors then opened to reveal a clean, well-lit elevator cab. I rushed inside, hit the lobby button, and watched with relief as the doors closed and the elevators began its descent. I tapped my sweaty fingers impatiently against the wall as the floors steadily ticked down. Finally, L appeared, and the doors opened to the main lobby. Only one thing stood between me and the exit. A pale woman with curly red hair. The first person I'd seen in ages whose face lit up upon seeing me exit the elevator.
Girl, what took you so long?
She hollered in a nauseatingly excited voice.
You almost missed it. Come on.
I sped past her, my gaze focused on the way out. She moved rapidly, her firm hand gripping me around the wrist before I could react. I attempted to fling her off, but with surprising force, she easily held me in place.
Cora, the party's this way,
she said, gesturing towards the auditorium with the hand that wasn't restraining me.
I know how much you want to get home and see the twins, but you have to at least make an appearance. Let go of me,
I cried. She adopted a deadpan expression.
Cora, we're not doing that. First you pretended not to know me, next you zone out the whole time I'm filling you in about Michael, and now you try to skip your very own welcome back party? You and me were like sisters, Cora. What happened to you?
My jaw dropped. Was this person also pretending to be Ava? I tried to pull away from her again, only for the second fake Ava to whirl around, restrain me, and, with remarkable strength, pull me towards the auditorium. I kept trying to fight her, to pull her off of me, but all I succeeded in doing was exhausting myself even further. Some of what followed passed in a blur. I recall Ava, or whatever she was, dragging me past row after row of empty seats, across countless small puddles of rancid goo, and onto a stage covered in banners, streamers, and balloons. An unusual warmth drifting down from the air above, and the sense that I was being watched by something hostile and utterly evil. I remember spotting a loose balloon and watching it as it floated ever so slowly, up and above the auditorium stage. With a loud pop, it burst upon making contact with a sight that still horrifies me to this day. An amalgam of body parts stretched across the ceiling, a soup of limbs, torsos, lips, ears, and, more than anything, faces. So many faces all floating in an inverted pool, a hazy green substance occasionally dripping from their pained open mouths onto the floor. A plethora of voices, one of which I recognized as Monica's, began speaking.
Welcome home. We're happy to have you here with us. We've been waiting for you for so long. I knew you'd make it.
I felt paralyzed. For a moment I stood there, speechless and stunned, as the faces, male and female, black and white, young and old, oozed into a new form, held together by flabby patches of skin and bent tendons. They combined into a gigantic, monstrous face with an open, hungry mouth lined by hundreds of lips, filled with teeth composed of thousands of teeth. Out of its mouth slithered a long, slimy organ. It unfurled as it dropped, landing before me with a wet plop. It was a tongue, stitched together from the tongues and various other organs that had once belonged to the marketers, janitors, supervisors, accountants, and secretaries of my company. My captor pushed me closer for it. For a moment, I thought about giving up, about letting the sticky ligament wrap around me and pull me upwards into the gaping mouth. I wondered what it would be like to be digested by that thing, to become a part of it, to become one with everyone else. I imagined it swallowing up my anxieties, my student debt, and my bouts of insomnia, and replacing them with bottomless sleep. The mouth above me emanated several words in a deep, slurred voice, but I wasn't paying attention to it. I knew I had to fight, not just for myself, but also for the twins, my husband, and the life I wanted to live. James and Ella are counting on me, I told myself, as I mustered the kind of strength that courses through an animal protecting its young. It caught fake Ava off guard. At first she managed to keep her grip on me, but the pain from the way I scratched and dug my nails into her arm eventually wore her down. With all my might, I pried her off of me, and, without wasting a moment, took the opportunity to run. I remember screaming, loud, even deafening screaming from above, as if every face that made up that creature was shrieking its disapproval. But I didn't look up, nor did I glance back to see if fake Ava was following me. No, all I did was run. I sprinted across the auditorium, through the main lobby, and out the front door.
I kept going for as long as I could until my feet were blistered and my body could take me no further. I didn't care about my car, which to this day I assumed remains where I left it between the support column and the truck. I just cared about putting as much distance as possible between me and my employer. I still have nightmares about what I saw. More than anything, what frightens me is the knowledge that it's still out there and that it's still hungry. There was a strange email on my computer the next morning. It was from Monica, and it stated that my resignation email had been accepted. That struck me as weird, as I'd never finished writing, much less sending that email. But I had no reason to pick a fight about it. Monica promised a good service, after all, and even added that I wouldn't have to do anything more to collect it. No paperwork, no projects to finish up. It would be a clean break. Best wishes to you and your family, she wrote at the end of the message. This made me uncomfortable, though it took me a moment to realize why. Then it dawned on me. It was what the thing, the face on the ceiling, had said to me, just as I made my move to escape. Words I've tried so very, very hard to block out of my mind ever since. Join us, Cora. Come, become part of our family. My body heaved against my will. I doubled over and released the vile, sticky liquid that coated my mouth. I sucked in a gasp of air and coughed again, the air burning my throat as I breathed in. The sweet sting of the alcohol slick like cough syrup, and more bitter than any medicine. Little droplets of the drink hit the floor under me, and I could only think to say one thing. "That's gross, Dad," I said as I wiped my mouth. My mom looked like she couldn't breathe because she was laughing so hard in her chair. I was only 12 years old at the time. My dad had given me a sip of his special bottle he kept on the top shelf of his bar. He gave me a hearty chuckle and passed me a napkin to clean up my mess. As I was standing back up, I remember him saying, "I agree. Nastiest thing I ever tasted." "What is that?" I asked, taking a big gulp of my soda before ducking under the dinner table to clean up. "It's called Fernet Branca. Was made over in Italy, though I hear they enjoy it more in Argentina, mixed with cola. You ever tried it?" I popped back up in my chair, setting the dirty napkin onto my empty plate. "No, I never planned to," he said, taking another tiny sip of his glass and making a sour face. "Why? Isn't it bad?" "Well, first, James," he said, wiping his mouth. "Just because you don't like something doesn't mean it's bad. Plenty of people love the stuff. We're just not one of them. Second," he looked over at my mom, who was gathering her composure. She gave him a small smile and began to clear our plates. "And second, James," he continued, "is my father could drink a whole bottle of this stuff, no problem. But he didn't like it any more than you or I did. No, he just liked what comes after you drink it." "What comes after?" I asked, as if Fernet was some kind of magical potion. "You get drunk, boy. It's alcohol, just like any other. Makes you feel all silly-like." My brow furrowed, and he sighed gently at my confusion. He thought a lot about how he was going to phrase his next words. I sat patiently and waited for him to continue. "Being drunk is a bad thing, and don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Now, sometimes it's okay to do bad things every once in a while, but the problem comes when the bad things become more you than the good ones." He raised his glass a little, as if to show it off. "I hate every sip of this. It's the worst drink I own, but it's also the most important. If I ever sip this and decide that it's worth drinking to get drunk, then I've already told your mother to pour every single bottle of that shelf down the drain. You understand me, son?" At the time, I nodded to him. It was a lie. My father was the biggest man I ever met. Not in size, maybe, but in personality, attitude, and ambition. I wanted him to think I understood, that I knew how to listen.
When I was 12 years old, everything he said to me was like the gold that would pave the road to my success. I'm 26 now. My father died yesterday, and I hadn't talked to him in months. I hadn't talked to anyone in my family in months. I had dozens of missed calls from both my mom and my dad. I also had a few dozen more texts, though I don't bother to open them. I just pulled down on the notification bar to read it without opening it. Texts like, "Your father doesn't have long left. He wants to talk to you." And, "Please come home," from my mom. My father's texts were less frequent, but every one of them felt like a dagger in my heart. "Your mother needs you. I hope you're okay. And I love you." She never said what he died from, and I never reached out to ask. One text from my dad stuck out to me more than the others. The last time we talked was when I got my new apartment. I asked him to help me cover rent. I told him I had a promising job I had just gotten, one that would allow me to get my GED in my free time. I told him I would keep better contact with him and Mom. I told him I was getting sober. I lied about all of it. He gave me the money on one condition, that I give him my new address. He even promised he would never drive over unannounced. He said it just made him feel safer knowing. The text read, "I'm having your mother send something to you. It's important." And sure enough, I heard a knock on my apartment door this morning. It was a package sent from an old home address. Before I even opened it, I already knew it would be a bottle of Fernet Branca. I placed it on the floor as gently as I could with shaking hands, tossing the bottle to the side. I rattled amongst the empty blue vodka bottles and knocked over a tower of beer cans I had built yesterday. I didn't have any alcohol left in the house. I didn't usually have leftovers anyway, but I did a thorough sweep just in case. When I got the text that my dad had finally passed yesterday, I made a promise to myself. 1 week without drinking. If I can make it 1 week, then I would reward myself by seeing my family again. I sat on the floor across from that bottle for a long time. I stared at it, mesmerized by every little detail. The dark green glass, the liquid black as tar inside, and the faux weathered paper print of the label. My father's words rattled in my head. He said my grandfather could drink a bottle of the stuff easy if it meant getting drunk. At the time, I hadn't truly understood why someone would consume something so nasty so they could feel silly. Now, it took every ounce of my being not to open it and chug the bottle. And even then, every ounce might not be enough. I couldn't understand why my father would send me this. He knew damn well that I was an alcoholic, and yet he thought it was a great idea to send me a fresh, unopened bottle of liquor. I closed my eyes, trying to ignore the dull pain behind them, and thought back on the first time I tried it. I remembered the Fernet's sticky texture and how it coated my mouth. The bittersweet flavor, similar to a foul-tasting cough syrup. It burned my throat as I breathed long after I spat it out. That burn was something I had come to appreciate so much now. One I could imagine so well and familiar. I could almost feel it. Almost. My imagination couldn't come close to the real thing. The thing sitting right in front of me. I opened my eyes, my vision still on the bottle. It was as if, even with my eyes closed, they could still sense its location. My eyes narrowed, pupils closing in on the stem between the cap and the ring underneath it. The thin connection points had severed, and the lingering taste of Fernet rang on my tongue. The bottle did not look as full as a fresh, store-bought bottle. And I sipped it. I didn't remember drinking it, and my hands still danced shakily atop my thighs as I sat with my legs crossed. Surely I hadn't, right? I would have drank more than a tiny sip, and my hands would be shaking less. But the bottle was open, and just a touch less than a full one would be. Or was I imagining it? I needed to hold it. I picked the bottle up, feeling its heft in my hands. Its weight felt heavier than any normal bottle, especially one that wasn't full. I brought it closer to my face to let my eyes close in on the fill line and judge it. But the smell, the medicinal, herbal smell, it clocked me in the jaw like a punch, and I had to slam the bottle on the floor, away from my face. My hand didn't leave the bottle. It lingered as if the bottle was a supple hip, as if I was going to pull it close and embrace it. I gave the bottle a gentle squeeze. The glass did not yield. I could imagine the taste of the liquor on my tongue, like honey, but that was all it was, my imagination. The bottle would not best me, but I had to at least check if I was right, if it was open. My hand slowly, sensually, slid up the neck of the bottle. My other hand supported it at the base. I grabbed the cap of the bottle and gave it a slow turn. The cap turned smoothly, with no audible crack of a seal. The bottle was open, but that didn't answer my burning question. Did my father send me an open bottle, or had I opened it myself? My addled mind unable to recollect. I promised myself I would make it 1 week without drinking. I wanted to see my family. I needed to see them. But as I was just a disappointment to them, an embarrassment. I was sure of it. If I had taken a sip of the bottle, then that week would start tomorrow, as opposed to today. Or would it have been from tomorrow anyway? I went to bed, drunk, last night. I told myself it was a sort of last hurrah for my dad. It was just an excuse to drink. I woke up sober, or at least more sober than I wanted to, but if I was drunk past midnight, then that means I was drunk on today's date. If I was drunk on today's date, then doesn't that really mean that my week of sobriety starts tomorrow anyway? The bottle was open. The bottle was in my hands. The bottle was on the floor between my legs. At least, I thought it was between my legs. Instead, I found myself drinking its nectar, the neck of the bottle pressed to my lips. Hands pressed against the back of my head, pressuring me to suckle the teats of the bottle. I sucked the honey and felt it flow through my body like the ichor of the divine. I drank and I drank, feeling a dribble flow down the side of my cheek. I slammed the bottle down onto my fake wooden floors. The noise echoed through my tiny studio apartment. I didn't stop because I wanted to. I stopped because I thought I heard something. Someone speaking to me from seemingly nowhere. You get drunk, boy. It's alcohol, just like any other, I heard. He wasn't here, my father. I knew he wasn't, but that didn't make me hear it any less. I picked up the cap of the bottle, inspecting it thoroughly. The soft ridges at its base, the smooth texture of its top. I placed it on top of the bottle and screwed it back on, slowly. As I screwed, I could feel the liquid in the bottle slosh invitingly. Like a metronome, the liquid in the bottle moved back and forth. It captured me, invited me, danced for me. But I couldn't drink. I needed to see my mother. I needed to help her, to be there for her. How could I do that drunk? So, with great effort, I released my grip on the front of Fernet Branca. It was about a third of the way gone. Instead, I decided I would dip into my secret stash, a plastic bottle that used to hold water. I repurposed to hold vodka instead, tucked under the sink in my bathroom, behind my toothbrush. I crawled to it, to my bathroom, as if I was incapable of standing. I was capable, I just didn't want to. That's what I told myself. The water bottle had 16.9 ounces, about 500 milliliters of pure bliss, about 500 milliliters of my personal medicine. I drank the whole thing in one go, my hand at the base of the bottle, and gently pressed it closer and closer to my mouth. I felt the liquid burn through my body like acid, felt its tender caress as it tried to kill me. I coughed and I sputtered, my breath feeling so hot it was like I breathed fire. I flopped onto my back, my head against the tub and my feet past the door. The warmth of the vodka spread lower and lower, past my hips and thighs, and into the very tips of my toes. It grabbed me by the ankles and held firm its grip. My body was dragged away with a jolt, my head smacking against the tiles. My body slid across the floor, my arms reaching out in a panic to grab anything they could hold on to. All they managed to touch was the empty plastic bottle, still lingering with a scent of venom. I tried to yell out in fear, but my voice was caught by a gnarled hand. It clawed its way up and out of my chest, fingers emerging from the back of my throat. Reaching past my teeth, it latched onto my cheeks and violently wrenched itself out of me. It thudded on the floor beside my head. My jaw locked open with its yellowed forearm. It dug its bloody nails into the floor and twisted my body around. It was rotating me. It made me face the bottle. The scent of bile coated the room in a thick layer of fast food French fries and iron. I think I was dying. Still, the liquid in the bottle moved. Still, it danced for me. I reached out to it, missing by a few inches on my first attempt, but the bottle didn't care. It nudged itself over to meet me. It nuzzled my palm, filling it as I felt its slender curve. I slid my hand up the bottle and pinched the cap between my finger and thumb softly. My mouth was coated in a film of mucus and stomach acid. What I needed was honey. Then the neck of the bottle was back to my lips. The cap was off, the bottle raised up, and I don't remember doing it. All I could think of in that moment was the syrup, my medicine, my special bottle. My eyes were closed again, and all I could hear was the roar. It came from the bottle, the roar. It rumbled deep and low, shaking the lonely window on my wall. I didn't stop drinking. The roar grew louder, the noise seeping between the seam of my mouth from around the drink. I felt the fernet on my tongue, rolling it around as if to savor a fine wine, but only savoring it for the faintest moment before the next gulp came. It was as if every swallow erased the memory of the flavor from my mind, and I had to remind myself all over again. The noise grew louder, the bottle bellowing into my face. I lowered it, gasping in an attempt for air. The bottle was just under halfway full now, or maybe halfway empty. With it finally away from my face, I looked down to see an eye peeking back up at me. Just as fast as I had seen it, the eye rolled backwards to reveal a veiny, bloodshot white before being encased in a jet black sludge. It rose from the neck of the bottle, sloshing and frothy like the ocean, but black as tar and twice as sticky. It latched onto my face and dragged me back down, back to the bottle. It coated my nose, my eyes, my mouth, all of me. I hadn't gotten enough air. I couldn't breathe. It raised the bottle up, tilting the base above the neck and forcing it down my throat. I gagged, the jagged hand in my gut rising to meet the tar, interlocking and filling my airway. I was sure of it now. I was dying. I was killing myself. But the bottle did not leave my lips. The roar still filled my ears, my apartment sounding like a wind tunnel as I choked. I rolled onto my back, feeling the back of my throat full and wet. The base of the bottle stuck straight up, vertically, and I felt something new slide into my mouth. It was as if the evil bottle laid an egg, depositing it, warm and slimy, between my teeth. It touched my uvula, and my body jolted, hand clawing at the air above me and heaving my torso upwards. Through a mighty Herculean effort, I tore the bottle from my face and threw it at the wall. It shattered, the paper label sticking to the glass and gripping it like pieces of broken candy stuck together. The noise ceased immediately, and I bent over onto my hands and knees. With blurred vision, I could see the clawed hand dragging itself out of me, covered in drool and bile. Mucus dripped from my nose. Every intake I tried was blocked by a wet web.
It felt like forever I watched the arm drag itself out of me onto the ground underneath. The arm turned into a shoulder, a body, and thick, scaly legs. It looked up at me, its eyes burning a hole into my soul with both hate and fear in equal parts. Tiny, broken wings sat slicked to its back. With the weight in my chest gone, I sucked in breaths of new air. It was putrid. The air in my apartment reeked with cheap vodka and mold. It was the freshest air I had ever breathed. The creature in front of me curled itself up, wrapping its limbs around its body tightly like a dog lying down. Resting on the floor, tucked into the curve of its soft underbelly, was a plastic vial. It had a twist-off cap like a water bottle and a rolled piece of paper inside it. I sat there for a while, locking eyes with my dragon. Slowly, I reached my hands out and touched the vial, picking it up and unscrewing it. Inside was a letter written to me by my father. James, I hope you don't have to read this for many, many years. I love you, son, and I'm proud of you. Your mother feels the same way, and no matter what you do, we will always love you. Never, ever feel like you aren't worthy of being helped. Never tell yourself that you don't deserve to be happy, and never feel like your happiness needs to come from the bottom of a bottle. I hope when you read this, you're in a better place. I hope with all my heart that you may never read this at all. But if you're reading this, and my death still lingers on your mind, I need you to do something for me, James. One last favor for your father. Call your mother. As long as you are able to ask for help, it is never too late to receive it. I love you, James. Goodbye. After I read the letter, I dragged my eyes to the top and read it again. Then once more after that. I read the paper over and over until there were too many tears in my eyes to find meaning in the letters. I squeezed it in my hands, ripping it by accident. Every muscle in my body tensed uncontrollably as I heaved and sobbed on my floor. Somehow, I managed to find my phone, crawling on my hands and knees until I did. I opened it, and for the first time in far, far too long, I called my mother. It was late at night, too late for her to be up, but she only let it ring once before she answered me. "James," she said in a hushed tone. Her breathing sounded rapid and tense, as if my call caused her to hyperventilate. I tried to explain to her what was going on, the bottle, the dragon, the hands, all of it. But I doubt I managed to speak any real words in my jumbled ramble. I collapsed on the floor, coughing and hacking. My fingers, yellowed and thin, held onto the phone like it was the only thing left tethering me to this earth. She stayed on the phone and listened to me, not saying a word, but her warm presence spread out of the phone and into my body. Eventually, after maybe 10 minutes, I heard a knock on my door. It was the police, come to get me the help I needed. My apartment was a 6-hour drive from my parents' house, and later on, my mother would tell me that the only words she could understand from me were, "I'm sorry," and "help me." I repeated, "help me," a lot, almost non-stop. She thought she was listening to me die. And by the hospital's reports, it wasn't far from the truth. My apartment was also a mess. Vomit, empty bottles, and broken glass were everywhere. All the takeout bags and empty beer cans served as a moat around my pile of laundry I used as a chair to watch TV. I had cuts and bruises on my body, and I was dehydrated to all hell. I'm in a better place now. Much better. I'm writing this from rehab on a new laptop my mom brought me.
Tomorrow is my 26th birthday, and she stopped by to give me a laptop as an early gift. We're getting through this together. She blamed herself for what happened to me, for not knowing how bad I'd gotten. I, of course, told her it's all my fault. She just smiled and said she was glad I had listened to my father when it mattered most. She was glad to have her son back. We aren't usually allowed to have laptops and phones in rehab, but they made an exception for me. They wanted me to tell my story, to spread it in the hopes that I can reach someone who needs it. Someone who feels alone, trapped in a tower with their own dragon in a bottle. I don't know if you're that person, hearing this, needing help. But if you are, then I hope you find what you need to slay your dragon. I'm rooting for you, like my father said. As long as you are able to ask for help, it is never too late to receive it. Part 1. The man walked in at 2 a.m., dragging something black behind him. The way it moved didn't sit right. Neither did he. The receptionists felt it immediately. It was the way he walked, stiff and uneven, like a scarecrow with one leg shorter than the other. He hid greasy blonde hair beneath a 10-gallon hat, spurs clicking as he moved. I watched the security footage later. His lips were white and thin, his teeth crooked, his mouth twisted into a half-smile like he was seconds from laughter. He was dragging a massive black Rottweiler. The dog resisted, black paws sliding across the floor. The camera didn't pick up sound, but later, the two gals at reception told me what he said.
He's acting possessed.
I handed him intake forms. He hobbled back to a bench. I watched through the camera lens as another client holding a cat carrier slid away from him. I looked up at his paperwork. The address led to some warehouse out in the scrublands 3 states away. The name seemed fake, too. Keaton. No records, no online presence. It didn't seem to fit him. But the dog's name, Mutt, that was the only detail I believed. You might wonder why I checked. It's not standard protocol. I don't usually do this, but the events of the last few nights led me to my search. When he handed the paperwork back, he sat down again, dragging the dog with him like a sack of flour. He leaned against the wall, arms folded, eyes fixed ahead. He moved like a corpse propped upright. His dog didn't move much either. It sat there, waiting. We see a lot of characters here. Some aggressive, some kind. But this man, something about him was wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. I stepped into the lobby to bring him into an exam room. It took him a second to register me, like he was in a trance. And then, the smell hit me. Stale cigarettes, gas fumes, and beneath that, something worse. A rotten, greasy stench that clung to the air. The dog sat still, vacant, a husk. It was like someone had lobotomized him. As it stood there, drool began dripping from its mouth, pooling on the floor. I introduced myself and got to work. So, what's going on with Mutt today? Keaton didn't answer right away. His eyes drifted to the ceiling, like he was staring at something that fluttered in the air above us.
Oh, he ain't acting right. He ain't been eating much.
This is usually where clients start rambling. Some could go on for hours if you let them. He had decided he'd given me enough information. He sat staring at the ceiling through those dirty locks of hair. When I knelt to take the dog's heart rate, the second my fingers touched its skin, a wrongness crawled into me. That tingle before lightning strikes. That creeping dread when something awful is about to happen. The vitals were normal, the heart rate, breathing, but its skin was cold, and its temperature was 97 degrees, lower than we like. I checked its skin, seeing how dehydrated it was, but when I peeled back its loose lips to check its gums, I felt a jolt of unease, like I was too close to something I shouldn't be. The gums were pale, the pupils locked onto me, dilated. The feeling of unease was sickening.
Don't turn your back on him,
the man said. I paused mid-turn. Excuse me?
If you're gonna walk from him, do it face him. Otherwise, something bad might happen.
I exhaled, irritated. He'd watched me get close to the dog, lean in, take its temperature, listen to its heart rate. Yet now was the time he decided to warn me it was aggressive. I liked the situation less and less. The man, the dog, the way this whole situation ached in my gut. I backed away, facing the dog. It watched me like I was prey, like I was meat. A few moments later, our on-site emergency veterinarian, Dr. Harkham, came in. Old school, no nonsense. He and Keaton exchanged few words. The vet recommended blood work and an overnight stay with an IV fluid drip. The dog needed warming up too. Keaton never lost that dumb smile, that half-cocked grin, like something was hilarious. But he nodded, accepted the treatment plan. We went to take the dog into the back treatment area. I slipped a muzzle on, of course, and that's when I noticed how the dog refused to walk. The owner had dragged it behind him earlier, but now it wasn't acting lethargic. I could see it in its eyes. It was choosing not to move. It was being obstinate. I had a larger male staff member, Ryan, carry the dog for me. As he picked it up, he glanced at me. We didn't exchange words, but I knew he felt it too. Not only the dog. The air itself seemed to hum with an unearthly feeling. When we went to draw blood from its jugular, it didn't even react. Ryan held the dog steady, hands firm on either side of its head, jaws up. The needle slipped in, the syringe filled. The blood felt lukewarm. It didn't feel like it had been pumping through a live body. I ran it through the machines, and it confirmed mild dehydration with some elevated lipase valves indicating mild pancreatitis. We placed it in a heated kennel, tucked it under blankets, and hooked up the IV catheter. Keaton was gone, but relief was fleeting. Mutt remained, and with him came something unseen. A presence thick as fog, pressing in from all sides. That was 3 days ago. That night was quiet, rare for an emergency hospital. We had another dog kenneled 2 spaces down from the Rottweiler. It was a cattle dog that had undergone emergency laparotomy. It had been doing fine, normal vitals, good appetite, responsive. 2 hours later, I crossed into the back animal ward to check on it. The cattle dog was dead. It had torn open its own incision. The cone lay discarded. It hadn't just licked or nibbled. It had utterly and completely dismantled itself. Even when coils of intestine unfurled from its abdomen, it kept biting at those guts. The dog had attacked his own innards as if they were coiled vipers waiting to lunge. The dog was in a wet slump, head limp against the floor. The blood ran in bright ribbons swirling toward the kennel drain behind him. I heard the gentle slurp of the blood sucking down the drain. The kennel was a bloodbath. It streaked the walls, splattered the ceiling. His intestines had leaked a mixture of bile and digested sludge. The cattle dog's eyes were vacant orbs, glistening in the light. I stood still for a moment, taking in the horror, the scope of this violence. And 2 kennels down sat Mutt, eyes focused on my task, no expression on his stoic face. Fluid drip running, heater humming. There was only the sound of the blood in the pipes. Mutt didn't panic. He didn't whine. His eyes reflected the fluorescent light, and for one sickening second, they looked almost human. Dr. Harkham made the call, but I heard every word, every choked sob through the thin walls of our office. The owner didn't cry. They wailed. I'd seen plenty of death in this job, but this was different. This wasn't bad luck. Something else had its hands in this. The mood in the hospital shifted palpably. In all my years, I'd never seen a dog unzip itself like a gym bag and spill out its intestines. His eyes followed every moment. The bloody towels, the mop buckets, the cattle dog-sized body bag, zip-tied and labeled. That night was quiet, but it didn't feel like a break. I imagined I was in a field, staring at thunderheads form like warships in the distant sky. That feeling was the promise of something worse to come. At some point, hours after the cattle dog's death, I heard the steady beeping of a monitor from the kennel ward. It was the IV pump hooked up to Mutt. I didn't want to go over there, but I did. I brought Ryan. We slipped the muzzle over the Mutt's head. He didn't resist, didn't flinch. He let it happen. His eyes followed the movement of our hands as we buckled it behind his head. Only his eyes moved. 2 dark orbs. He was digesting the scene around him. It felt like he was learning and listening. The dog had kinked the IV line beneath its paw. We moved it aside, smoothed it out. That should have been it. A simple fix. But as we turned to leave, the light above his kennel flickered. It was barely noticeable. Then it sputtered, dimmed, and cut out completely. The kennel dropped into shadow. Ryan and I froze. The only light now was a faint glow from the hallway behind us. We exchanged a glance. Neither of us spoke. Neither of us wanted to acknowledge what we were feeling. The air in the room changed. Heavy, buzzing, like the static before a storm. Then, the 2 tube lights above Mutt's kennel flared so bright it hurt to look at them. A pop, then a sizzle, and they died. Everything was silent. Ryan's back was to Mutt. Mutt lunged. There was a surge of violence, even with the muzzle strapped tight. A blur of black as Mutt's body lunged forward. The muzzled face rammed against Ryan's side, smashing into him again and again. Ryan screamed. The dog was silent, except for the mechanical snapping of his jaws working beneath the muzzle, spittle flying. Ryan twisted, trying to stand, but the sudden attack had taken him off guard. I reacted without thinking, threw open the kennel door. Mutt rammed into Ryan again, harder this time. The sheer force knocked him off balance. Ryan writhed around to grab at Mutt. The moment he faced Mutt, the dog stilled. It stood there, motionless, bathed in the new darkness. Something was wrong with this dog. Not neurologically. It was something so much deeper. I sensed the calculating intelligence of a predator, but it felt much more malignant than that, like a cancerous tumor spreading quietly beneath the surface of your skin. Ryan and I trembled, shaken to the core. Later, he revealed a bruise under his ribs, a deep bloom of violet spreading like a rose beneath his skin. Neither of us spoke about it. The rest of the night passed without incident. I focused on my other cases for the night. I worked with a Chihuahua hacking through pneumonia, a Persian cat with seizures, and a tabby cat with proprioceptive issues in its forelimbs. I went through the motions, but my mind was elsewhere. Ryan seemed dazed, like something fresh had broken inside of him. It wasn't the shock, or the trauma, or the fear. It was more profound than that. I left for the night, still unsettled. Ryan didn't even wave goodbye when I passed by. I chain-smoked cigarettes in my car before driving home, flicked the butts out the window and watched them sail onto the asphalt. My hands were shaking the entire ride. And when I finally collapsed into bed, I pulled my pistol out of my purse and slipped it under my pillow. And as the sun crept over the horizon, My dreams were wrong. I dreamed of a black face snarling in the dark, leaning in, sniffling. Eyes like hollow pits, endless swirling galaxies within. I felt the faraway sting of teeth sinking into my flesh. Not a bite, not an attack, but a slow, deliberate pressure, easing into my skin. When I woke, my sheets were damp with sweat. When I came in for my shift that night, I felt a deep sense of disappointment the second I walked past Mutt's kennel. He was still there, heater purring, eyes following. The lights above his kennel were still blown out. The ones beside them had started to flicker. Ryan called out sick, said he'd been throwing up since the night before. I had a feeling there was more to the story, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. I shot him a text wishing him well. He read it, yet he didn't reply. And that sinister, eerie man who called himself Keaton, his phone went straight to dial tone when we tried calling for a case update. He wasn't coming back. He'd paid half his bill up front in crisp old $100 bills. We weren't getting the other half. The night was busier. I told my manager we shouldn't put any other dogs in that ward, but we didn't have a choice. Our small animal ward was on the other side of the building, but for the larger dogs, they had to go there. We admitted a Great Dane with liver disease. There was nowhere else to put him. So I placed him in the kennel farthest from Mutt, 2 down from the cattle dog that had ripped itself apart. When I went back to check on them 10 minutes later, I stopped cold. Mutt's kennel was wide open. The latch was undone, the door swung open. He wasn't on fluids anymore. Someone must have taken him off. There was no beeping fluid pump, and there was no sign of how the door had opened by itself. This part of the facility was desolate this time of night. Mutt was sitting right at the threshold, slack-jawed and unblinking. I shut the kennel, latched it, then left the room. I returned with 2 plates of food. Immediately, I felt nauseous. The kennel was wide open again. I hadn't heard a sound, hadn't seen the door move. The only way to unlatch these kennels is with hands, with opposable thumbs. I was certain no one had been back here while I grabbed the cans of food. I slammed it shut again, this time locking it with a makeshift carabiner clip. I slid 1 plate of food under each kennel. I gave low-fat wet food for the Dane and critical care wet food for Mutt. I was walking away when I heard it. A sound that froze me. Not a growl, not a whine. It sounded like someone trying to speak while gargling a mouthful of water. Like a deep, male voice gargling on words before spitting them out. It was the sound of a dog trying to talk. I turned. Mutt sat there, silent now. Something tingled in the air. A musical conductor guiding along an orchestra. Because, to my right, the Dane had begun to cry. The Dane was the one making these ungodly noises. The Dane's plate of food lay spilled across the kennel floor. His hackles folded back, the Dane backpedaling until its body pressed against the far wall. I watched the Dane's gaze flicker up toward the ceiling. It became immediately apparent to me that the dog was feeling something. A deeply instinctual and inexplicable something. I knew it was feeling that way, because I felt it too. When I reached for the kennel door, the crying stopped. The Dane's body trembled, then his whimpering changed. It deepened into a low, eerie sound, like a tornado siren, changing in pitch and tone, high to low. Without warning, it stopped altogether. The dog went still, too still, gathering itself back to a normal pose. Then, all at once, the Dane began attacking his own leg. Not chewing, not licking, ripping, breaking. These were deep, pulverizing bites, bone audibly cracked in the echo of the cavernous hallway. Blood spattered the kennel floor. It wasn't a dog in pain. It wasn't a dog in distress. It was something else. This dog was destroying itself with purpose. I couldn't go in there. If I did, he'd likely redirect this aggression onto me. He would send me to the hospital if I tried to intervene. I turned and ran, shouting for help as I sprinted to the clinic. Dr. Harkham and 2 other techs, Angie and Denise, came rushing out of an exam room, the hallway filling with the sound of my frantic screaming. I grabbed a rabies catch pole and beat them back to the kennels. The Dane was still biting, not a rabid and frothing frenzy, but instead an oddly calm and intentional one. The flesh of its leg hung in shredded tatters, tendon, and a suggestion of bone beneath. Blood spurted like pulsing shots from a water gun, in rhythm with its heartbeats. I slipped open the kennel door and looped the catch pole around its neck, tightening it hard. In a wrenching movement, I maneuvered its head enough to stop it from lunging at its own body. It snapped at the air, frantic, without even a hint of pain or emotion behind it. Then it latched onto the metal pole. Not out of panic, not out of rage, out of a bizarre corruption of instinct. The sound was unbearable, teeth breaking against metal, splintering, shattering. The flesh of its leg was gone, a ragged mess of meat exposed to the air that flapped as it chewed at the metal. I saw part of a fractured canine fall out of its mouth. The catch pole was bloody, dented, but holding firm, withstanding each powerful bite directed at it. The dog was weakening by the time Dr. Harkham arrived, slumping over in the drenched puddle of its own blood. By the time we managed to inject a sedative, it was too late. The blood loss was too severe. The Dane collapsed to the floor, body twitching, biting at the air. It wound down like a toy with dying batteries, its eyes glazing over before going limp. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mutt, lips pulled back in a snarl.
When is that fucking dog going to leave?
I snapped, pointing at him. Dr. Harkham shot me a sharp look. Blood streaked his white coat. His eyes were dark, hollowed with an exhaustion brought on long before Mutt entered our lives.
Something's wrong with it,
I insisted.
with him.
All I see is a dog who mutilated itself in our care and then bled out. Mind you, this is the 2nd one in 2 days. Don't worry about that fucking dog. He gestured at Mutt emphatically. We have bigger issues here. I have another owner to call, another person I have to tell their pet killed itself, under my watch. God, this is a mess. He flicked blood from his fingers, dragging his sleeve across his face. He was years past burnout, a shell of his former self. He couldn't see what I saw. He couldn't see the way Mutt watched, the way his eyes lingered over the carnage pooling beneath my feet. Like he was enjoying it. Dr. Harkham sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. We tried calling that creepy bastard again. Numbers out of service. He ditched the dog on us. That meant we had to rehome it. It could take weeks. I couldn't take weeks with him. None of us could. And as I looked into Angie's eyes, I knew she felt the same. And over the next few hours, the hospital settled into an uneasy silence. The night shift pressed on, but something had shifted. We were all exhausted, hollowed out by what we'd seen. The cattle dog, the Great Dane, the blood, the 2 blood-drenched kennels we'd had to clean up. Mutt still sat in his kennel, untouched food sitting at his feet. The heater hummed in the background. 2 more lights flickered out while I cleaned. I mopped blood from the floors, the thick iron scent clinging to my skin. The mess soaking the towels we used was a deep, ugly red. And through it all, Mutt never looked away from us. A shadow looming in the dark part of this corridor. I told myself I'd figure something out, that I needed time, but time wasn't on my side. I was dumping a load of bloody towels into the laundry bin when I heard it.
I dropped everything. A voice thick and wet, slurred in a way no dog's throat was built to produce. It wasn't a bark. It wasn't a growl.
It was trying to speak, and what came out wasn't a sound. It was a name. My name. Allison. I turned, stomach lurching. Mutt was sitting in his kennel, still, muzzle slack, drool pooling on the blanket beneath him. His pupils seemed to swallow all the remaining light. I couldn't move. My brain was trying to rationalize it, trying to shove what I had heard into a box of normalcy. Maybe I'd misheard it. Maybe it was the pipes or a monitor. Then the stench of rot hit my nose, like a sniff of smelling salts. It was not the usual smell of the hospital, not the faint antiseptic and animal musk that always clung to the air. This was meat left in the sink for weeks. This was something dead wedged into the unseen cracks of the world. It was a volatile and overpowering scent, consuming anything else in the room. And I realized then that the smell I'd caught when Keaton first walked into the lobby, that greasy, putrid stench, it hadn't been him. It had been Mutt all along. I felt a desire deep in my core to run. And so I did. I scooped up the blankets off the floor, shoved them into the laundry bin, and bolted. My hands shook as I crammed the lid shut. My pulse was a hammer in my ears.
Don't turn your back on him.
The memory of Keaton's words crawled down my spine like a cold hand. He's acting possessed. I knew what Mutt had tried to do to Ryan. I knew what he wanted to do to me. And now I knew I wasn't waiting for him to act. I was going to kill him. I kept my head down the rest of the shift, biding my time. My mind wasn't on the cases I took. I worked on autopilot. I went through the motions, but my body was moving without me. And when I got a moment alone, I pulled up 20 milliliters of pentobarbital sodium and phenytoin sodium solution. It's a medication called Euthazol. In other words, it's that sparkling pink liquid we in the veterinary field use to put animals down. I drew up enough of the stuff to kill a dog twice Mutt's size. There'd be a discrepancy in the controlled substance log, but I could smooth it out over the next few weeks. A couple of slightly higher doses given on euthanasia cases. If I logged these with enough time between them, I was confident no one would notice. I locked the cabinet, slid the syringe into my pants pocket. By doing this, I was committing a crime, breaking DEA laws. I could lose my license, my career, even end up in jail. But deep in my bones, I knew one thing for certain. That thing in the kennel, whatever it was, it needed to die. The next morning, when I arrived for my shift, the hospital was heavy with grief. Everyone was crying, because it turned out Ryan was dead. He'd taken his own life in his trailer sometime after leaving work. No details, no explanation. He was there one day, then he was gone the next. The police had come by to inform us. They didn't stay long, didn't need to. I knew then. Ryan's death cemented what I had to do in my mind. I couldn't wait until another dog was placed in those kennels, until another staff member was pushed over the edge. So I worked through my grief, through the horror, pushing it all into a place I'd deal with later. I waited for the right moment, a lull between shift changes, when staffing was light. I approached Mutt's kennel. He cocked his head, his eyes tracking my movements. He looked almost expectant. I opened the kennel door and slid the muzzle over his face. My hands moved with a sharpness I hadn't felt before. I yanked the straps too tight, a bit of malice in my actions. My pulse was steady. I held Mutt's paw, feeling for the vein, my other hand already slipping the needle beneath the skin. The syringe in my palm felt hot. I pushed the plunger
forcing the thick pink liquid into his vein. It was a heavy dose, too much for even the largest dog. But I pushed every last drop. Normally, euthanasia is instant. A body slumps, the muscle relaxes, and life fades like a deep exhale. Their eyes stay open, but they flood with vacancy. Mutt didn't move. His chest still rose and fell in a slow, steady rhythm. His muscles remained locked, rigid. His pupils wide and black, never left mine. This dose should have ended him. This dog should be dead. The hallway lights flickered. One by one, the bulbs sizzled out, plunging the kennel ward into a profound darkness. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of something unseen. The heater shuddered to a stop. The only glow now came from the exit sign at the far end of the hall, casting a weak green wash over the kennels. The shadows seemed to twist and dance around me. I felt adhered to the spot, unable to move. The door to the kennel slammed shut behind me. My breath hitched. The silence was absolute now, only interspersed with the slow, wet rasp of Mutt's breathing. I could feel him in the dark, the weight of his presence gnawing at the air. The voice came from before me, deep into the churning pool of shadows further back into the kennel. A sound like vocal cords cut like strings and hidden beneath a mound of scar tissue. A broken, misshapen mouth trying to shape words, the vowels stretched, dripping with something slick and inhuman. My stomach lurched. I reached for the latch, fingers fumbling, but my hands were slick with sweat. My breathing was too loud. The darkness pressed in. The rot smell thickened, crawling up my throat. Then I felt it. A cold, dead hand closed around my ankle. I choked on a scream. My body jolted as something gripped me. Those jagged fingernails pressed against the fabric of my scrub pants. The air rippled in an electric wash. The sensation of static snapped against my skin. I turned in a single heaving motion and ran. The kennel door gave way beneath my shoulder, and I burst into the hallway, feet pounding against the tile. Behind me, I heard the kennel door smash open, the sound of paws, heavy and fast, hitting the ground. He was coming. I sprinted blindly through the dark, running my fingers along the wall as I searched for the end of the hallway. When I reached it, my fingers scraped against the smooth wood. For a time, completely unable to find a knob, a latch, my fingers graced only an endless surface. Paws pounded closer behind me. I swear I heard more than just one set of them. It almost sounded like a quiet herd. There was no growling, no snarling, no warning, just the rush of movement in the dark, a silent freight train barreling toward me. So I spun, pressing my back against the door. The darkness beyond was absolute, thick, and suffocating. The emergency exit sign glowed faint above me, swallowing the building in a weak neon glow. The slap of paws on tile stopped. Then I saw the faint outline of a hunched beast. A panther crouched behind brush, seeking out its prey. Breathing filled the void, slow, wet, and thick with malice. Then, a whisper of movement, so close I felt the air shift around my face. I turned and bolted down the hall. Instinct drove me forwards. Without thought or plan, my body simply moved on its own accord. I reached my locker, yanked it open, hands scrambling for my purse. The air shifted, a weight pressed close. I felt it before I saw it. A swirling black hole yawning open behind me. My fingers closed around cold metal, the grip of my handgun. I turned and I raised the barrel towards the faint figure I could make out in the darkness. And I fired. The first shot lit up the hall like a camera flash.
In that brief flicker, I saw him. That snarling grin. The second shot, the third. His body jerked, but he didn't fall. My ears buzzed with each concussive shot. In the green shimmer of the exit sign, I saw that his lips were still curled back in that awful rectus. The sixth and final shot hit its mark. The left side of his skull caved inward, the muzzle of his face blown apart where the bullet had exited. Even in the thin light, I saw how his jaw sagged open, how that tongue flopped out limp. And even as he fell, his head twitched, a violent, unnatural snap of movement. A thick, wet pop echoed. He swayed, then, finally, he collapsed in a heap all at once. I stood there, gun trembling in my hands, ears ringing, the darkness still pulsing around me, thick and heavy, pressing in from all sides. Then, footsteps. Shouts, voices, someone grabbed my arm, yanking me back. The lights flickered, buzzed, then flared back to life. And for the first time, I saw what I had done. One shot had buried itself in the tile. The rest had hit him. Mutt lay on his side, his head a ruin of blood and bone. His chest rose once, twice. Then he went still. The bite muzzle was missing. He must have pulled it off somewhere during the chase. I didn't move. The hospital swarmed with police. I don't know who called them or when, but they arrived fast. A slew of questions. I registered almost nothing in my haze. They took me into the back office, my hands still shaking, my ears still filled with phantom echoes. I knew exactly what I had to say. I knew how to frame it. Self-defense. My Uncle Philip was a defense attorney. He talked shop often with me on our fishing trip outings together. So I knew a little more than I let on, and I managed to play my part well. And so, the police let me go. We wrapped, bagged, and stuffed Mutt in the freezer, awaiting cremation. And I took time off work. Spent a few days in silence, trying to erase the memory of that voice. Tried to ignore that palpable sound of my name in some twisted, malformed mouth. As you likely imagined, it didn't work. The phone rang on the morning of my scheduled return to work. It was a blocked number. Part of me knew the call was coming, as irrational as that sounds, and so I answered. Slow, shaky breathing filled the line. Then he began to laugh, like everything that had happened to me was a hilarious joke. Low, drawling, thick with something I couldn't name. Maybe it was a mouthful of tobacco chew.
You shouldn't have killed it, little lady.
Keaton. His voice slithered through the speaker, curling like a snake around my spine. His laughter built, rising, filling the silence.
You gonna make things so much worse.
And as the laughing turned into hollering, the line clicked dead. I sat there, phone pressed to my ear, staring up at nothing. His words weighing down the air. Gone and made things so much worse. My first thought was confusion. How did he get my number? My second thought was frantic. Those words struck a chord deep inside my marrow. He said I'd made things worse, and for some reason, deep in the pit of my soul, I believed him. Part 2. It started with a dog, or rather, something wearing a dog's skin. I thought I was doing the right thing when I put it down. But now, something far worse is stalking me. I had to clean up a few things first. The worst of it was the Euthazol I used on Mutt. On my first day back, I staged an accident. I dropped the bottle and let it shatter across the floor. It complicated the logs, but it worked. I'm not proud of it. You shouldn't be either. But at the time, it felt like the only option.
I was wrong. My first day back after a hiatus at home, I noticed that Mutt was still in the freezer. His frozen paws had torn through the tough plastic bag, carving grooves into the ice crystals, growing like miniature spears along the inside of our freezer. I didn't tell anyone his body had moved. That sick feeling rose in my chest again as I stuffed him into 3 more layers of bags. If you aren't familiar with the bags we in the veterinary field use after pets pass away, they're made from high-density polyethylene or polyvinyl chloride. They're tough, thicker than sin. It's uncommon for paws to break through the plastic. But Mutt was never ordinary. I think it was a final fuck you. And, well, right back at you, Mutt. Since Keaton wasn't picking up the tab, I offered to cover the cremation costs. I wanted those ashes in an urn. For some reason, that felt important. Something bigger than myself. Something I couldn't explain. I didn't feel relieved when they hauled Mutt's body bag away with the 2 other dogs I'm convinced died because of him. I kept hearing Keaton's words ringing in my ear. You've gone and made things so much worse. His southern molasses drawl, mocking, laughing. A sick bastard. The clinic seemed to calm down at first, at least for a couple of days. I began to relax. Angie, my coworker and friend, approached me. Did you hear how Ryan did it? I shook my head, quieter than usual, trying to show her I wasn't interested. Part of me blames myself for his death. I know how irrational it sounds, but the human mind is a sinister thing. Grief doesn't care about logic. It only cares about consuming, taking, destroying. She continued. He stabbed himself with a letter opener. My cousin works as a highway patrol officer. He got all the details on it. It's horrible, Allison. He stabbed himself so many times. Please, stop. I can't. The tears were already welling in my eyes. She reached out a hand to comfort me, but I brushed past it and locked myself in the bathroom. I spent 10 minutes gripping the sink, struggling to steady my breathing. The rest of the shift passed without incident. It was monotonous and calmer than it had been since I shot Mutt in the hallway. Angie was working a back-to-back double that night, something that had unfortunately become more common in recent years as our clinic struggled with chronic understaffing. They asked if I could cover another shift too, but I said no. After everything I'd seen, everything I'd done, there weren't enough sane pieces of me left to give. That night, I settled into bed, my gun tucked under my pillow. The trailer was quiet, just the sound of wind outside, a high-pitched whooshing that rattled the windows every so often. But I found it almost soothing. As I lay there, closing my eyes, I saw it. A snarling, statuesque, black Rottweiler. Eyes like 2 bottomless pits. He moved through the trailer toward me, his presence a creeping weight in the dark. Then I looked down. Instead of paws, he had 4 pale hands, their flesh blending seamlessly into the black fur of his limbs. He strode forward. I couldn't move. Every muscle in my body locked up, frozen in place as he slunk beneath the foot of my bed. I tried to open my eyes to wake up from this nightmare, but they were open, and I wasn't sleeping. A hand rose over the mattress edge. Another followed. I felt the weight of them pressing down, the mattress sinking beneath an unseen force. It felt so real, too real. Then the snout emerged, slow and deliberate, rising above the sheets like a shark breaking the surface of the ocean. It drained the room of anything good, anything right. Only the ache of loneliness remained, a gnawing darkness spreading through me. I felt like I was sinking into a bottomless pit, falling endlessly. The stench of rotten meat filled my nostrils, the grinning maw loomed inches from my lips. Eyes burned into mine, wide and unblinking. a string of drool pressed against the skin of my neck. The mouth began to open, yawning. Each serrated edge gleamed in the moonlight, lining the jaws in jagged, overlapping rows. The clicking of bone filled the silence as the jaw pried open past natural limits, tendons slipping and joints straining. It kept widening, the gaping maw stretching farther than anything human or animal should be able to. Hot, damp breath washed over my face. My teeth clenched. The mouth inched forward, slowly and deliberate, savoring the moment. Every nerve in my body screamed to move, to fight, but I was frozen, paralyzed beneath the weight of its presence. The gaping maw hovered inches above my face, the serrated edges of its jaws twitching in anticipation. I could see the glistening sinew stretching as the jaws prepared to snap shut, feeling the unbearable heat of its breath seeping into my skin. A low, guttural growl rumbled from deep within its throat, vibrating through the mattress, through me. My pulse pounded against my temples, drowning out everything but the sound of that grinding, clicking jaw. Then, my phone rang. The sudden chime shattered the moment, a blinding flash of light flooding the room. The weight lifted in an instant. The monstrous shape dissolved like mist, vanishing into the shadows, as if it had never been there. I was moving before I realized it, gasping for air, clutching my chest. My heart hammered within me like the hooves of a warhorse, my limbs trembling as I scrambled upright, searching the darkness for any lingering sign that it had truly gone. Had I experienced sleep paralysis? Something worse? I heard my trailer door slam shut. I picked up the phone and flicked on the lamp by my bed. I heard a loud, wailing siren and the sound of wind on the other line. My eyes were too blurry with tears to read the contact name.
Oh, Allison. Fuck. Check the news.
It was Dr. Harkham. He sounded out of breath. I grabbed my remote and flicked on the television and thumbed it to a local news station. Dr. Harkham breathed heavy in the background. We're here on the scene of what is now suspected to be an incident of arson. Firefighters struggling to put out the blaze, although they stopped it from spreading to nearby buildings. I felt the world glaze over. I watched a team of yellow-clad firefighters picking through the cinders of my old workplace. God, half the roof was slumped in. The place was licked with flames. I recognized little pieces of a much larger puzzle, smashed and burned. I still clutched the phone to my head as I watched the firefighters pick through the ruins of an intimate part of my life. It was gone, just like Ryan.
Angie. She didn't make it out.
Dr. Harkham choked out a sob. A man who I'd worked with for years and had never seen shed a tear before began sobbing on the other line. This was a 60-something ranching vet who didn't take shit from anyone. A man carved out of the New Mexico dirt, tougher than the rest of us, and he was crying. I steeled myself, choking back my tears. Angie had been a friend, closer than Ryan. She'd burned to death in that building.
What happened? Tell me everything,
I said, forcing down the swell of emotion.
I think it was that creepy bastard. That blonde motherfucker Keaton. We were working the shift when a container of gasoline with a lit rag was tossed through the back window into the doctor's office. It engulfed the place in flames in seconds. We lost some patients, too.
His voice wavered, struggling to stay steady.
I don't know who would do that. Why? What did we ever do to that inbred piece of shit? So senseless. God, I told the police everything.
This was beyond them, beyond what the police could understand. I'd sound insane if I told them everything. Even after I'd blown Mutt's jaw apart, I had omitted so much from my statement. Keaton didn't need a motive. He felt like it was ancient, a force of chaos that existed only to sow pain and reap harvest of blood. He didn't need a reason, Doc. Not to drop off that monster, not to burn down our clinic. He wants us to suffer. He wanted to watch us die. Dr. Harkham was silent for a moment, my words hitting him like a blow.
I have to go,
He finally said.
the police need a more detailed statement. Be safe, Allison.
The line went dead. Another victim, Angie, gone. Another life swallowed by the plague of tragedy I couldn't begin to understand. My hand trembled, not only from the horror of what I'd experienced, but from the weight of everything I'd lost, from the thought of Ryan's brutal self-destruction. Some creeping apocalypse had wandered into my life, and it was clear now it intended to stay. I couldn't sleep again. I didn't even try. My phone buzzed with texts from friends, family. One missed call stood out. My old friend, Joe. Navajo Joe, we used to call him, always with a grin. He'd just laugh, that handsome, tough son of a bitch. I should have called them all back immediately, but I had other, more pressing things to do first. I gathered my belongings, flipped open the cylinder of my revolver, and loaded a cartridge into each chamber. The compact 9mm felt solid in my grip, its matte finish worn smooth from years of use. Despite its small frame, the steel carried weight, reassuring and steady. I tossed a couple of ammo boxes into my purse, the rounds light but lethal, their copper-jacketed tips catching the dim glow of my bedside lamp. From the top of my cabinets, I pulled down an old wooden cigar box. Inside was a couple $1,000s I'd stashed away for emergencies. If this wasn't an emergency, I didn't know what was. I sat on the porch of my trailer, a cigarette pinched between my fingers, watching the sun claw its way over the horizon. Smoke curled into the air, twisting in the breeze, vanishing into nothing. By the time morning fully arrived, I'd burned through the whole pack. I checked my watch. The crematorium would be opening soon. They'd taken Mutt's body a couple of days ago. I needed to convince them to put Mutt at the top of the cremation list. My old Buick truck started with a low rumble, the engine purring to life. A gift from my late father. It had been his pride and joy. I reached up to adjust the rearview mirror and froze. A spiked black collar hung from it, tags jingling softly as I brushed against them. Mutt. And below that, Keaton's number. I recognized it immediately. The same one we tried calling at the clinic when he abandoned that thing on us. Not a dog, a thing. Where my fingers touched the collar, a biting chill crackled against my skin, like dry ice burning on contact. I rolled down the window and flung it into the scrub brush. It didn't make me feel any better. He had gotten it back. I'd placed it in the cremation bag with Mutt, but somehow it was here, which meant he'd been here, inside my car, inside my home. Maybe that thing in my trailer hadn't been Mutt at all. Maybe it had been Keaton. Mutt was just the beginning, and this was spiraling into a situation I couldn't contain. At least, not alone. I pulled out of my small patch of land, kicking up a flurry of red dust. My air conditioner hummed, my fingers drummed against the steering wheel. 30 minutes later, I pulled up to the animal crematorium, a sunken gray cement building casting a wide shadow in the heat haze. I stepped out and tried the door handles. Locked. I pressed the doorbell and heard a faint jingle inside, but the lights were off. I checked my phone and swore under my breath. I'd been so lost in my own thoughts I'd completely forgotten it was a federal holiday. No one was inside. Veterinary clinics contract with crematoriums, sending euthanized pets in sealed black bags. We store them in freezers until the company's van arrives to collect them. They're packed alongside animals from other clinics, then stored in even larger freezers at the crematorium until it's their turn for processing. It can take weeks to complete a cremation, but Mutt had only been here for a few days, and somehow I could feel him inside the building, like I was standing too close to a live wire. The offshoot road I'd followed was empty. In the distance, I could see the glimmer of traffic, but it was far enough away that no one would witness what I was about to do. I circled the building, checking for an alarm system. Nothing. Peering through the windows, I scanned the interior. No cameras either. Crematoriums aren't exactly prime targets for thieves. Nothing to protect except frozen animal corpses. At the back, I found a window. Above me, only miles of empty blue sky. The air still, except for a faint breeze curling through the scrub. I crouched and picked up a stone the size of my palm from its resting place beside a cactus, weighing it in my hand. Then, I hurled it through the glass. The window shattered unevenly, jagged shards left clinging to the frame like teeth. I found a stick nearby and used it to knock away the worst of them before pulling myself up and climbing through. Glass crunched beneath my boots as I landed inside. The rock I'd thrown had skidded across the floor, coming to rest far across the room. The space before me stretched out like a cavernous warehouse. To my left, 4 massive crematorium units, metal doors dull in the dim light. To my right, an entire wall of freezer units stood silent and still. Steel girders loomed overhead, casting long, skeletal shadows against the walls. It felt like I had walked into a place I wasn't meant to be, like intruding in a place that had been waiting for me. The silence wrapped around me, thick and uncertain. My heartbeat thumped against my ribs, steady but insistent, like a distant war drum. Behind me, the wind whistled through the broken window. Then, the smell hit me. The thick, sickly stench of rot, like a corpse left too long in the sun. Its hollowed skin splitting open, brimming with writhing black flies. The air crackled with the sound of unseen maggots popping and shifting. A sudden thump made me jerk toward the freezer. One of the lids lifted, then fell with a hollow clunk. I watched, my breath caught in my throat, as the white top rose and dropped again, like a mouth opening and closing. Then another freezer began knocking against itself, and another. Then they all started. The sound grew into a chaotic, discordant symphony. The freezers shuddered, vibrating against the floor, scraping and twisting from their original positions. Then, all at once, the room fell still. Silence dawned. Then, with a deafening crash, the first freezer that had started thumping was hurled 10 feet across the floor. It flopped onto its side, metal screeching as it scraped across the concrete, body bags spilling out from the burst seam. It slammed into one of the crematorium units, the impact tearing the freezer door clean off. The lid skidded across the floor, crashing into the wall with a metallic clang. And in the middle of the wreckage lay the triple-bagged corpse I recognized all too well. Mutt. His body was rigid, frozen stiff inside the thick layers of plastic. The paws pressed outwards, twitching. I heard bones grinding, joints twisting, a sickening sound of something forcing itself to move when it shouldn't. The stiff limbs pushed against the plastic like a baby kicking from inside the womb. I felt eyes on me, burning pupils watching from behind, shadows stretched and shifted in my periphery. But I couldn't take my gaze off the thing in front of me. The dog I had shot, the one with the caved-in skull, the one I'd pumped full of euthanasia solution, the one that had been locked in a freezer for days. I spotted a square-point shovel leaning against one of the cremation units, caked in ash. I grabbed it, feeling the rough handle bite into my palm, and charged forward. I swung it down with all the force I could muster. The first strike split the thick plastic, sending frozen chunks of flesh spraying across the floor. Mutt's ruined head tumbled free. His frost-glazed eyes caught the dim light, and his shattered lower jaw smacked against the concrete, twitching. It was too frozen to bite, too stiff to do anything but thrash in mindless, spasmodic movements. My pulse thundered in my ears. The wind outside howled through the broken window, its pitch rising into something shrill, almost human. The shadows behind me deepened. I swung again. The shovel blade carved through tendons, severing the spine at the neck. The paws inside the torn body began spasming, clawing at nothing. I kept going, hacking away at the frozen flesh until the head detached completely with a final, sickening crunch. The wind howled louder, but I could sense that it wasn't only the wind behind me anymore. I turned. Keaton. He loomed in the broken window, impossibly tall, his body twisted to fit through the jagged frame. One hand gripped the windowsill, fingers digging into the crumbling concrete, the other obscured in the shadows. His filthy blonde hair hung limp over a face that wasn't quite human. His neck stretched forward, grotesquely elongated, the vertebra bulging beneath thin, sallow skin. It didn't just extend, it coiled, folding over itself like an accordion, fluid yet wrong in every conceivable way. The angle of it made my stomach twist. His eyes were red, raw pools of blood where the whites should have been, and they pinned me in place. The pupils were black, dull, the color of tarnished coins left to rot in the dirt. He inhaled slow and deep, dragging in the air like he was tasting it. And then his lips split apart, curling into a grin that stretched too wide, splitting cheek to cheek, as if his skin could barely contain it. His chest heaved, a silent laugh rippling through him. And his head, God, his head was so much closer than it should have been. His clicking, sinuous neck had stretched impossibly far into the room, casting a long, warped shadow that swallowed the space between us. Mott's body writhed behind me, flopping against the concrete like a fish without a head. The sickening smacks echoed through the cavernous room, each one more desperate, more wrong. I backed away from Keaton, slowly and deliberate, my pulse hammering in my ears. He didn't speak. He just breathed, deep and slow, savoring the moment, drinking in my fear like it was a red wine. The wind whispered through the broken window, stirring the air between us. Then his other arm rose, unnatural in its movement, the elbow joint clicking as it bent at a disturbing angle. His hand curled around something, lifting it up like a prize. At first, I couldn't make sense of it. A dark, matted thing, limp and swaying slightly. Then I saw how his fingers had sunk into it. His middle and ring fingers were buried deep in gaping eye sockets, his thumbs screwed into the crown of the head like he was gripping a bowling ball. The realization hit me like the blare of a car horn on a pitch-black road. A head. A human fucking head. The jaw hung slack, twisting from side to side with every minute shift of Keaton's grip. Blood clung to the torn skin in slick, wet strands. I knew that face. Dr. Harkham. The breath hitched in my throat, and I staggered back without thinking. A mistake. White, hot pain seared through my calf. A vice clamped down on my leg. My brain scrambled to catch up with what had just happened. I looked down. Mott's severed head clamped onto my ankle, his mangled jaw looking in place. Torn flesh barely held the structure together, but the grip was unrelenting. Teeth buried deep. Pain flared through my leg, hot and immediate, the pressure tightening like a rusted bear trap. Keaton laughed. The sound curdled the air, high-pitched and jagged, warbling between something human and something that had never been. His entire body quivered with the force of it, his grotesquely long neck arched like a bridge, vertebra rippling beneath stretched, paper-thin skin.
The ridges of his spine pressed outward, shifting them naturally, jutting like knuckles ready to crack. I swung the shovel down on Mutt's head, the impact shuddering through my arms. His jaws only clamped tighter, and I felt a fresh rush of warmth as blood trickled into my boots. Gritting my teeth, I pried at the head like opening a clamshell, peeling it from my leg. I took a strip of fabric and flesh with it as it crashed to the floor. Snarling, I wedged the shoe between its upper and lower jaw, pressing down with my full weight. Bones splintering, the jaw cracking apart with a sickening pop as the lower half disconnected completely. Keaton howled with laughter. It was a riot to him. He shook with it, body convulsing, that awful neck writhing like a snake. I swung the shovel sideways, aiming straight for his grinning face, but before it could land, his neck snapped back, recoiling too fast, retreating into the night. The shovel flew from my hands, clattering against the wall with a metallic clang. He lingered in the window, looming, watching, waiting.
Shouldn't have killed her. You started something you can't finish, little miss. Should've let it fed until it was done. Then I'd have picked it up.
His voice rasped like a snake's hiss, slithering into the space between us. His head retracted, impossibly smooth, that too long neck drawing back into the night. His hand peeled from the windowsill, talons scraping against the concrete, leaving behind deep gouges in the stone. Behind me, the thrashing body stilled. Silence settled, thick and suffocating. I didn't dare turn around. Not yet. I braced myself, waiting for the inevitable, for Keaton to slip back in through some unseen opening, to drive those jagged fingernails into my spine, to tear into me with his yellowed, animalistic teeth. But nothing came. My breath left me in a shudder. My body screamed for me to move, but the lingering presence of him made my muscles coil tight, every nerve waiting for the strike that never landed. Finally, I forced myself to turn. Mutt's body lay still. Whatever had been animating it, twisting it into something beyond death, was gone now. For good, I hoped. I limped toward the nearest cremation retort, my leg throbbing with every step, my hands trembling as I fidgeted with the loading door. It clunked open, the hinges groaning, and I slid the roller tray out. Mutt's head went in first, his detached lower jaw following. His body came next, heavier than it should have been, dead weight sinking into the metal. The pain in my leg flared, sending hot sparks of agony shooting up my thigh, but I bit down against the pain and shoved him all the way inside. Fumbling with the control panel, I pressed the buttons, praying I got the right sequence. The burners roared to life, the chamber flickering with searing orange light. Heat pulsed outward, warming my skin as the fire licked at the corpse. I staggered away, limbs shaking, and made my way to the office break room. The drawers rattled as I tore them open, my hands shaking too much to be precise. Gauze, scissors, bandages. I grabbed everything I could, then hobbled back to the retort. Collapsing behind it, I pried off my boot, wincing as blood trickled onto the floor. The sock beneath was soaked, the fabric clinging to my skin. I exhaled deeply, then reached for the scissors, snipping my pant leg above the wound before peeling it away. The damage was worse than I thought. Blood pooled in the puncture wounds, the torn flesh already darkening with bruises that spread outward like shock waves from each ragged tear. My calf throbbed in time with my pulse, sharp bursts of pain radiating up my leg. The bites might have been deep enough for stitches, but I didn't have time for that. The jeans had saved me from the worst of it, though the shredded fabric clung to my skin, soaked through. I pressed gauze against the wounds, wincing as fresh blood welled against the white cotton. I wrapped a compression bandage around my leg, tight enough to slow the bleeding, but not enough to cut circulation. Antibiotics or lidocaine would have been a blessing. I could have stitched it myself if I had to, but a crematorium didn't exactly keep medical supplies on hand. I leaned my head back against the wall, exhaling through clenched teeth. My ears rang from the heat, the exhaustion, the pain. And then I heard it. scream. Distant, warped, twisting through the air like the high-pitched wail of logs splitting in a fire. I turned toward the retort viewing window. Inside, Mutt's body writhed as the flames engulfed him. The hairs curled first, blackening before catching fire. The flesh peeled away in layers. His limbs twitched, shuddering, the last vestiges of unnatural life refusing to die easily. The stench of burning fur and charred meat turned my stomach. I forced myself to watch as the thing that had haunted me was reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame. Eventually, there was nothing left but black soot clinging to the glass. The steady hum of the cremation unit filled the room. I let the heat seep into my bones before finally pushing myself upright, limping toward the control panel to shut everything down. By the time the retort had cooled enough to retrieve the remains, the sun was sinking below the horizon, the sky smeared with a hue like burnt orange. Keaton hadn't come back. Yet. I grabbed a shovel and a garbage bag. The retort's door groaned open, and I scooped out the calcined bones, brushing away the brittle black remains until all that remained was pale dust. One by one, I fed the remains into the cremulator. The machine whirred, grinding the fragments down until every last piece of mutt fit into a bag just slightly larger than my hand. I stood there for a long time, gripping the bag in my blood-stained hands. Keaton had slunk away into the night, but I knew this wasn't over. I thought about Ryan, Angie, the dogs, my clinic reduced to nothing but cinders and ruin. I'd lost so much in just a few weeks. Too much. Half my life was gone in an instant. I felt too hollowed out to even cry. Ripped out of my life in an instant. No rhyme or reason to it. He could have killed me, easily. He was toying with me, like a cat slapping around a finch with a broken wing, each swipe landing harder than the last. Soon, I reckoned he'd start biting. I gritted through the pain as I pushed the freezer back into place, the weight of it straining against my injured leg. Plugging it back in, I reloaded it with black body bags, setting the torn-off lid back on top like a makeshift seal. The air reeked of blood and freezer burn, and of the dust blowing in from outside. I found a broom and a mop, doing what I could to clean up my blood, and mutts, which had thawed into a dark, congealing slick on the floor. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. Stepping outside, I checked both ways. Nothing but dirt and desert weeds stretching into the distance. The silence outside here wasn't comforting. It was heavy, pressing down like a held breath. The dread never left. Sliding into my car, I turned the key. The engine rumbled to life, sounds that grounded me, if only for a moment. I set Mutt's bag of ashes on the passenger seat, staring at it like it might start moving again. Then I saw something in the footwell. Something round, hollow sockets where fingers had pressed deep and firm. Dr. Harkham's head. A parting gift. Bile rose in my throat, but I swallowed it back, forcing my breathing steady. I'd had a tough life growing up. I knew how to push things down, bury them deep. I grabbed an old jacket from the back seat and tossed it over the round heap. At least I didn't have to look at him like that anymore. Then, I did the only thing I could do. I called the one person who might be able to do something about this. The only one who might be able to pull me from the riptide I was drowning in. Joe. My buddy from high school. I hadn't talked to him in years, but I'd missed his call this morning. That had to mean something. The dirt road stretched toward the main hallway as I drove, my hands gripping the wheel tighter than they needed to. He picked up on the second ring.
Allison? Thank God.
Tears welled at the corners of my eyes. God, Joe, it's been so long.
I saw the news. I know you worked there. I had to see if you were okay.
Joe, I need to talk to you. Something's after me. It's been after me since I first saw it a few weeks ago. I need your help. A dog came into my clinic. Bad fucking luck.
The thing turned the building into a slaughterhouse without so much as a blink. Silence. The joy in his voice faded, melted away like chocolate left too long in the sun. Outside, the sky burned with the last light of day, the sun dripping toward the edge of the world, flaring one final orange goodbye. That's not just bad luck, Allison. That's something else. Something old. That's bad medicine. Joe clicked his tongue the same way he used to. The sound hit something deep in my chest. A crack in my ribs I hadn't noticed forming until now. I should have called him sooner. Maybe things would have turned out differently. Maybe not. You got my address? Come down to the res. I'll make sure they let you in. His voice was steady, familiar, safe. He gave me directions. The Navajo reservation a couple hours to the southwest. I've got some ashes, too, I said. My fingers tightened around the small bag beside me. I cremated his dog, the one he brought into my clinic before all this shit went south. Joe went quiet for a moment, then softer this time. Not a dog. He didn't elaborate. Not anymore. A sharp, blistering pain grabbed my calf. I sucked in a breath, my legs shivering, nerves screaming as if a white-hot blade had been pressed into my skin. I yelped. Allison. Joe's voice sharpened. The pain spread like fire, radiating from the bite wound, sinking deep. My pulse hammered as I clutched my leg, fingers pressing into the fabric of my jeans, but nothing stopped the burning. Then, from the darkness of the footwell, something shifted. A wet, gurgling croak, a jaw working. I froze. Joe must have heard it too. His breath hitched, sharp over the line. A slithering rasp crawled up from beneath the jacket I'd tossed over the thing in the footwell. The sound of dry lips parting, of a raspy voice speaking through a mouth that shouldn't be able to talk anymore. His voice. Allison. My breath stilled inside me. A hollow, empty space opened in my chest. Keaton. He was talking through lips that didn't belong to him, lips that once belonged to Dr. Harkham. The weight of his amusement pressed down on me, thick and choking. A grin curled in the dark, unseen but felt. The voice slithered through, dripping with something close to excitement beneath the folds of my jacket on the floor.
I'm really starting to enjoy this game.
Part 3. I drove away from that animal crematorium in a blaze of rubber. No other cars were outside, so I had no idea how Keaton had gotten there. Did he walk? I never heard a car idling or an engine starting up. The sun had set, and that made me feel a deep, seething sense of unease, like the miles of surrounding Red Rock and highway were out to get me, out to hurt me. Dr. Harkham's head still rolled around beneath my jacket, but the ventriloquism act had stopped. I should have tossed him out into the desert, but that didn't feel right. A man who I'd worked with and grown to care about. He had a temper, but so did I. That's why we meshed. God, his poor wife. His poor kids. I felt like Joe might know what to do with the severed head sitting in my passenger footwell. Joe had tried to call back, but I didn't pick up. I had a sneaking suspicion that Keaton was listening through Dr. Harkham's ears. I drove along a cut of dusty road for almost an hour before I saw a rest stop. I saw the needle crawling towards empty on my gas gauge. I didn't want to stop, but I had no choice if I wanted to make it to the res. I pulled off the highway and saw an old pump stop that was desolate. A single produce semi-truck sat in the parking lot near the diesel truck. The overhang lights looked like an oasis in a sea of dull black pitch. I settled into a pump and tossed a few more items of clothing down on top of where Dr. Harkham's head stayed. I heard a low, chuffing sound beneath the layers of fabric. I ignored it. I needed to focus to observe my surroundings. I stuffed Mutt's ashes into my purse alongside my pistol. I passed by a grizzled, overweight trucker sitting in his driver's seat, watching me cross the sidewalk. I wandered into the gas station and grabbed an assortment of jerkies, energy drink cans, and a steaming cup of coffee. Not road trip snacks, just things to keep me alive, thinking through the night, to keep me surviving until dawn. A scrawny, early 20s burnout sat with his feet resting up on the countertop. I could hear the sound of a movie playing through his phone speakers. He casually ate away at a bag of popcorn. The coffee tasted burnt, metallic. The lights flickered overhead like they weren't sure they wanted to be on. 40 on pump 6, I said, sliding my assortment of items across the counter. He didn't say a word, just clicked away at the register with a hand absent-mindedly. I slipped him a handful of 20s, and he tore his eyes from the phone long enough to pour change into my hand. I left without a word. I crossed below the blanket of light cast by the overhang shining down on pumps. I stopped walking when I turned over and saw that the semi-truck was empty. A wrongness crashed down around me, an all-encompassing feeling of doom. I surrendered to the feeling. I didn't walk towards the truck, didn't go to investigate. I had an idea that's what Keaton wanted me to do, what he was waiting for me to do. I kept my eye on the semi's cab, inching backwards with a bag in one hand, a coffee in the other, purse slung over one shoulder. My breath sounded pitched in the darkness, labored and heavy. I saw a glimmer of red across the inside of the semi's windshield, a glistening brush stroke. I didn't peel my eyes from the semi as I filled up my tank. As soon as I was done, I slid into my truck and started it up. The click of the locks engaging brought little to dissuade the rising tide of panic drowning me from the inside out. As I pulled around the pumps and across from the station, I saw the right side of the semi in the flash of my headlights. The cab driver's side door was cracked open, blood flung in congealed globs on black asphalt. I saw him then. Keaton. He was perched between the semi's wheels like a spider hiding beneath a rock. His limbs looked like long wooden posts stretched with a thin layer of white skin. Pinched feet held onto the underside of the trunk bed in a broken contortion. His elbows buckled in the wrong directions. Everything was so much longer than there should have been. Neck like a tangled, twisting vine. His eyes refracted the light like two glowing yellow orbs. The bite wound on my leg began to itch, then burn. I saw thin fingers of smoke clawing out of my purse, and I pulled out the warm ashes of Mutt and set them on the passenger seat. I heard a faint crackle like embers in those ashes. The car began to smell like singed hair and cooking flesh. I noticed a small smile on Keaton's face, his mouth drenched in rivulets of blood. The trucker sitting in his cab earlier lay in a twisted heap beneath Keaton. The trucker's ribcage was cracked open like a crab shell. One of Keaton's sharp hands was digging around inside the man, like a woman digging around inside her purse for her keys. Keaton's stare lingered, piercing as I swung my car around, kicking up a shiver of dust, and I flipped my truck into high gear. Keaton pulled a dripping red hand out of the trucker's sucking chest cavity and began waving at me. A friendly hello. I revved up the engine, blowing down that road back onto the highway faster than I should have. It wasn't until a few minutes later that I remembered the cashier, sitting alone at his post, unaware of the broken thing feasting just outside his doors. God, I hope it didn't come after him next. I thought about calling the police. I really did. But God, I had a severed head in my car. I couldn't get involved with the police. They'd have asked for info I simply couldn't provide. The head of Dr. Harkham was letting out a long drone in the footwell as I tore forward down the highway. I sipped the coffee as the mile markers slipped past, the hum of the highway loud in the quiet. The head in the footwell let out a faint groan under the jacket. I hit Joe's name on my screen and waited. He picked up on the second ring.
Allison, he said. You still breathing?
Barely, I said. I can't talk long, and I can't say much. Not out loud.
A beat of silence. It's with you.
Not him, but it's listening. I brought something I probably shouldn't have. I think it hears through it.
All right, Joe said, calm but clipped. Just talk around it. I can follow.
I'm heading your way. Should hit the basin in a couple hours, give or take.
We're setting up now, he said. Called in a medicine man named Daysba. He knows the old stuff. Said what you told me last night was a bad shadow. Said that thing you shot might have been a mask, not a real dog.
It wasn't a dog,
I said, my voice wavering just a hint. Joe exhaled through his nose. I could picture him standing outside his truck, wind tugging at his sleeves, oiled gator skin boots kicking at the weeds. We set the line near the arroyos. You'll see it before the road curves west. Cedar, ash, holland. Daysba's been blessing it himself. That thing steps through, it'll feel it. Might even stop.
I'll drive through. I'll lead it in.
He paused. You sure it's still behind you?
No,
I said.
I'm not sure of anything, except it's not done with me.
His voice dropped. Allison, if that doesn't work, we've got a backup plan. If it follows past the ridge, lead it to the trailer up on the hill. It's mine. Go in, make sure it follows, then slip out the bathroom window and shut it behind you. Locks from the outside. You won't see anyone, but we'll be in position. My cousin and I are posted nearby. Daysba will be with us.
Good.
Another silence passed between us. The kind that holds everything neither of us wanted to say.
I don't know what this thing is, Joe,
I said finally.
but it's not a man. Not anymore.
I figured that much.
I hate that I'm leading you into this, Joe.
He chuckled. I'd do anything for you, Allie. Just hate that it took something this awful for us to reconnect. I winced. I should have reached out sooner. But time has a way of slipping through your fingers.
You sure your people are ready for this?
No one's ready for something like that. But we've dealt with worse than dogs wearing skin.
Joe?
I felt a tear streak down my cheek. For the first time, it wasn't an unkindly shed tear. I know. Just get here. We'll take care of it. I stared at the horizon, where the last light had slipped away hours ago. The jacket in the footwell twitched, and a low, warbling breath rattled through the fabric. Listening, clicking teeth together.
Soon,
I said.
just keep the fire burning.
I hung up. The road stretched on for miles. I fought the pull of sleep, guzzling caffeine and chewing jerky to stay alert. I was flying toward a violent conclusion. Keaton felt drawn to me, like I was his muse, and he the artist. Maybe it was because I killed Mutt. Maybe something deeper, some unseen thread tying us together. He killed my friends and co-workers. He beheaded the vet I worked for. Burned down the clinic. Even murdered a trucker just to send me a message. This was more than cruelty. This was personal. A few miles out from the res, I saw a wash of blue and red lights behind me, followed by the chirp of a police siren. If my sanity were a spool of thread, it was unraveling fast. This night felt like a nightmare unfolding slowly, like a dress billowing on a clothesline. I pulled calmly to the side of the highway, through my heart thudding in my chest. I kept my hands on the steering wheel and stared into the rearview mirror. The officer approached from the right, walking the shoulder with caution. He came to the passenger window and motioned for me to roll it down. I did. License and registration, please, he said in an authoritative tone.
Yes, 1 second, officer.
My eyes dropped to the bundle of clothes on the floor, and I forced myself to look back up at the glove box. I pulled out some crumpled insurance paperwork and my registration, then grabbed my license from my purse and handed them all over. His face stayed blank, maybe a little annoyed. He had just started walking back to his cruiser when Dr. Harkham's head began to moan. A low, drawn-out sound that grew into a wail. My heart stopped. The mood shifted instantly. The officer turned, clicked on his flashlight, and swept the beam across the truck's interior. "Was there noise?" he asked, flashing the light across the dash, the seats, the floor. The beam settled on the lump in the passenger footwell. He reached down with a gloved hand.
No, don't, please.
I said,
my voice cracking, panic blooming fast. If he found the head, Keaton would be the least of my problems. "Be quiet, ma'am," he snapped. With 2 fingers, he peeled back the jacket, the dirty shirt, and the jeans. He gasped when he saw the head. Eyelets, crusted in dried bone, the flesh writhing slightly, twitching on the floorboard. The head wailed louder now, 2 black, empty sockets staring up at him.
Oh, Lord have mercy. What the hell is that?
His tone shifted again, this time to fury.
Ma'am, step out of the vehicle, now.
I reached for my door handle and heard him unholstering his sidearm with a sharp pop. His flashlight lit up the cabin like a searchlight, held steady in his left hand. In his right, he raised a sleek, black pistol, his gloved fingers wrapped tight around the grip.
Do you have any weapons in the car?
"I have my revolver in my purse, nothing else. Officer, please listen to me."
Shut up, he snapped. Hands laced behind your head, kneel down in front of the car.
No other cars passed by. Besides the wind, it was quiet. The air shifted. Bad air. A bad omen. It smelled like dust, but beneath it was something fouler. The reek of decay swam through the midnight breeze. The scrublands stretched for miles behind barbed-wired fences. The officer reached for his radio, but paused, listening. A low howl rose from the distance. A coyote drowning in a river. A wolf caught in a trap. It was a sound full of pain, too close, and the air around us vibrated with something uncanny. I had moved in front of the truck, obeying his commands. My feet moved without thought. I had always been pliable under authority, never one to break rules. The bushes rustled behind the officer, off to the right beyond the shoulder. He swung his light over. It landed on a figure. Long limbs, a hunched body, a neck twisted like it had broken in multiple places. He looked like a crane fly, all angular joints and stilted motion. His eyes shone like white flares in the dark. The officer's mouth fell open. He stammered, trying to speak, but only half-formed words spilled out. His hand finished drawing the sidearm, and he turned toward Keaton. Keaton remained still beneath the moonlight, crouched in the sagebrush, motionless. My body started to shake. Then, he charged. He burst forward on long, pounding limbs, elbows jutting out as they absorbed the weight of his insectile body. His mouth opened wide, stretching into his neck like a twisted ribbon of pale flesh lined with thorns. He didn't run. He skittered on all fours. The officer stood in a trance. He couldn't raise his revolver. His hands trembled, belt rattling with the weight of his fear. His face had gone pale, sickly, like he'd come down with the flu. Sweat beaded on his forehead beneath the brim of his hat. His radio crackled weakly against his chest. Time froze, held in place. I wanted to speak, to move, to do anything, but my words stuck to my throat, choking me. I was frozen, too. Paralyzed by the sight of something that monstrous. Somewhere behind me, Dr. Harkham's head began laughing. Keaton was a rolling twister of violence, like staring into an oncoming hurricane, feet glued to the ground. Violence incarnate. He vaulted the railing in a single leap and crashed into the officer with terrifying force. He slammed the man's back against my passenger door so hard the entire truck shifted to the left. That broke my paralysis. I scrambled back into the truck and turned the key. My passenger window was still rolled down, and through it, I saw the officer's limp body smashed against the door. His weight bent the metal with a few sharp, hollow pops. Keaton's jaw opened wide, stretching all the way to his throat, a mass of twisting yellow teeth. He was chewing through the officer's skull, tearing flesh, stripping it clean. The flashlight and pistol clattered to the pavement. Then Keaton's eyes came into view. He was chewing through the officer's skull, tearing flesh, stripping it clean. The flashlight and pistol clattered to the pavement. Then Keaton's eyes came into view. Slitted, swollen,
like two overripe grapes. A predator's eyes, empty, starving. I slammed the gas. The car lurched forward. Something on the officer's duty belt scraped against my paint. I felt a thud as both bodies tumbled off my truck and hit the pavement behind me. In the rear view, I saw Keaton's naked body wrapped around the officer, limbs grasping and tearing. His skin crawled with motion, like the organs inside him were alive and shifting. The flashing lights from the squad car bathed them both in red and blue. One of the cop's boots rolled into the road, its laces dragging behind like it was trying to crawl away without him. Keaton paused, then began pulling the corpse behind him, dragging it like a child pulling along a favorite blanket. When I was a few yards away, Keaton snapped his head sideways at a breakneck speed. His gaze locked directly onto the back of my truck. It was piercing, inevitable, furious, like he just realized I was getting away, and the rage hit him all at once. As he grew smaller in the rear view, I saw him heave the officer's body off the ground and toss it deep into the scrublands. Then, he started running after me. I climbed faster and faster, 60 miles per hour. The old truck's engine began to rumble beneath me. 70. The engine groaned. I caught the sharp smell of gas fumes. Keaton was gaining. At 80, the truck shook, barely holding together as the engine roared. I burned rubber twisting onto an off-ramp, saw an oncoming car a few miles down the road. My tires nearly lost traction on the gravel, kicking up a flurry of pebbles as I fought for control. Keaton was close enough to reach out. He moved impossibly fast, loping with his long limbs and elbows tucked tight to his sides. I saw the fire burning in his eyes. He was done chasing. He wanted blood. Mine. And if he caught me, I knew he wouldn't let me go again. The ashes of mutt crackled in the passenger seat like gunpowder. The head lolled from side to side in the footwell. I felt like I was losing my mind. But between the smell of scorched ash, the reek of decay blooming around me as Keaton drew closer, and the sound of the head laughing, I knew I wasn't crazy. This was all real, raw, and wrong. The box I had been stuffing all these impossibilities into was overflowing now. What happens when the box breaks? Would my mind break too? I passed through the arroyos and toward the toll booth borders of this part of the res. The barrier bars were lifted. Was this where the line had been drawn? Could Keaton cross it? He was halfway up the roadside, nearly level with the side of my truck. He wasn't looking ahead. His neck was twisted toward me, his body pounding forward with a mindless kind of purpose. His mouth hung open, eyes wide. Behind me, Dr. Harkham's head shouted with laughter. The engine rattled with speed. Keaton was so close I could smell death. I could see the dried blood of so many victims caked across his twisted, nude body like a suit of crimson armor. Right as I crossed the border barricade, Keaton veered sharply to the left. I watched him clear the fence and crash down in a heap, thrashing on his back like an insect, arms curled toward the sky. The head stopped laughing. The ashes stopped crackling. I slammed the brake pedal to the floor. Keaton writhed. I saw Joe's trailer on the left, half swallowed in dust, lit by the hard glare of floodlights. I focused the headlights on him. His thrashing slowed, then stilled. My tires thumped over uneven ground as I crept forward, heart burning like a live wire. I stomped the gas, aiming to crush him beneath the weight of the truck, but he leapt at the last second, sprawling across the roof and smashing through the back windshield in a burst of glass. I flung the car into reverse. One tire crunched over his leg. For the first time, I saw pain in Keaton's eyes in the rear view. I clenched my teeth until my jaw ached. Keaton clung to the frame, screeching. He yanked and pulled, his foot pinned like a plank beneath the tire. I slammed into drive. He flew backwards off of the car, his limbs bending and snapping like a brittle branch. As I climbed toward the hill, I saw him rise again on all fours. One leg was twisted into broken segments, the foot dragging unnaturally across the dirt. And still, he came after me. But now, there was a break in his stride. He was slower. He was wounded. And if it bleeds, it can die. At least, I hoped so. I rounded the rise. The area was desolate, not a soul in sight. I hoped that was part of the plan. I prayed it was.
I slid my car into park on the ridge and pulled the parking brake. Behind me, I heard the pounding of hands on earth, getting closer with every second. Keaton landed on my roof with a thud, the metal buckling under his weight. Then he threw himself forward, vaulted over the hood, and smeared blood across the windshield as he rolled and hit the ground. He stood facing me with those reptile eyes, blocking the way to the trailer. Its door was wide open. I pulled the gun from my purse and pointed it at him. He tilted his head, and I felt my muscles tense. I wasn't pulling the trigger. Something inside of me was pulling against it. I fired once. The bullet missed him entirely and buried itself into the trailer wall. Keaton charged. I dropped the pistol and ran around the car. He roared as his broken ankle slammed against the dirt. He scrambled onto the roof again, and I ducked to avoid a swipe from his hand. The spot where Mutt had bitten my ankle throbbed, and the pain lit sparks behind my eyes as I flexed and pushed through. The body will break itself to escape death, and the mind, drowning in adrenaline, becomes a weapon. But he was feeling it too. The adrenaline. His nervous system was short-circuiting. His mouth opened like a wilted flower, tongue flickering through the air. He was tasting something. Could he smell Joe? The others? Were they near? He leapt, and I dove through the trailer doorway. One of his claws raked against my back. I shoved past a floral couch, knocked pans off a shelf in the narrow kitchen, and bolted toward the bathroom. Keaton thundered in behind me, screaming.
Bitch, I'll rip your throat out.
His voice scraped like rusted wire dragged across concrete, echoing down the narrow hallway.
Play with the insides. Eat them.
The trailer rocked under Keaton's weight, metal hinges groaning. I slammed the bathroom door behind me and scrambled for the open window. My foot knocked over a toothbrush and a tube of paste as I shoved myself through. Pain flared against my back. The wound of my calf throbbed. Keaton was almost on me. I could feel his heat, the hate radiating off of him. The door splintered just as I dove. My teeth cracked against desert stone when I hit the ground. A burst of white light exploded behind my eyes, and blood filled my nose, hot and thick. Something moved past me, fast, silent. I heard the window slam shut. Arms wrapped around my torso and dragged me away from the trailer, around to the front of my car. Keaton's voice roared from the inside, a storm of curses and blasphemy. He screamed like a trapped coyote, cornered and caged. He'd sensed something was off, but he couldn't help himself. His bloodlust had outpaced his instincts. Now, he was trapped. I turned my face upward. The sky above the basin cracked with heat lightning. Purple veins crawled across the clouds. The air buzzed with insect calls and owl cries. The desert had awakened, and it seemed to know what was coming. A man I didn't recognize moved past me, wearing a bandolier of bundled sage and carrying a rawhide pouch that smelled of cedar and cornmeal. He approached the trailer with quiet purpose, opened my trunk door, and retrieved the bundle of Mutt's ashes and the shrouded head of Dr. Harkham. With steady precision, he placed them both through a window into the trailer. Another man knelt in the dirt near the rear axle. An elder in a long shirt embroidered with turquoise beads and white ochre. He began to sing in a language I didn't understand. The words were low and heavy. His voice rolled like wind through canyon crests. He poured corn pollen in a slow arc around the trailer, his movements deliberate and unwavering. The others joined in. Their chant rose from the earth like the black smoke from the trailer. The song was older than Keaton, older than the desert. Then came the drum beat, deep and rhythmic. A taunt deer-eyed stretched over a cedar frame, struck in time with the chanting. Inside the trailer, Keaton's limbs thrashed. A hand burst through the kitchen window, blistered and cracking. His skin was changing, splitting, leaking. Joe stood nearby, rifle leveled, his breath slow and focused. The bullets he fired were ceremonial, silver cast and marked with ash and pollen, each one struck with meaning. Keaton screamed like something dying. His voice scraped against the trailer's walls as flames began to rise from underneath. The tinder placed below had caught. Smoke coiled into the night sky, carrying something foul and wrong. The fire grew, hungry and bright, fed not only by gasoline, but by intention, by design. Keaton howled as the medicine circle tightened around him. His bleeding eyes gleamed through the flicker of flame, filled with disbelief and fury. He clawed at the walls, tried to find the door, but it had been sealed from the outside with rawhide bindings and sacred paint. He scratched at the windows, too narrow for his spider-like frame to slip through. The chanting never stopped, even when the trailer began to cave inward, even when the screams turned wet and animal. The fire consumed. The wind shifted. I watched Keaton stop fighting. I saw his flesh pock, blister, rupture, and burn. He looked at me through the window the same way Mutt had, with those vacant, unreadable eyes. Keaton sucked up lungfuls of empty breath. Joe watched his home burn to embers. For me, there wasn't a trace of regret in his expression. Only that same ruthless, focused anger. I spit blood through my cracked lips. And then, the world went quiet. No birds, no insects, not even coyotes. No Keaton, not anymore. Only the breath of the desert and the low hum of thunder threading the sky. We stood and watched the trailer's shell glow red, then crumble. Joe's cousins moved through the sagebrush with extinguishers, stamping out sparks before they could catch. I didn't look away until it was dark, silent, hollow. Then I broke. Not cleanly, not quietly. My whole body shook with sobs dragged from someplace beneath grief. I screamed raw and hoarse and clung to Joe like a raft in a black ocean. He wrapped me in a musty blanket and said nothing, just held on, one hand pressed firmly to my back. I wept into the chest of his shirt. So much gone, so much taken.
It better be dead,
I said between sobs. We're going to burn the ashes of that fucker. Daysbus gonna make sure it doesn't come back. I used to believe in quiet deaths, gentle ones. That was before Mutt, before the lapping sickness that was Keaton. The world had gone still. No more chase, no more fire, no more road to burn through. Just the sound of my breath hitching, the dull ache in my limbs, and the weight of deep grief settled into my bones.
Thank you for listening and delving with me into the dark together.
Please remember to leave a thumbs up and subscribe if you feel so inclined. The more engagement this video gets, the more YouTube will push my content to others.
Thus, the following will grow.
All stories read in this channel will be available on Spotify, iTunes, and just about everywhere else. Links in the description.
Thank you for listening and feeding the cause. We'll be seeing you